Brian says, we have an account, you don't have to open a bank in this area. You know what I mean? Like, still couldn't get through.
I know it was a race, go on race.
Perfect timing.
Empty rooms,
Not so much.
people with money.
You wouldn't even believe it.
It's just like,
8 orbits have folded.
it's all 100% profit that we paid them last night. At the same cost anyway,
Yes, exactly.
you know.
You imagine they'd be delighted to get off this.
How long did that hickey get back, Rory?
About an hour and a half, or hour and 40 for drive fairly.
Portlaoise. Portlaoise. Portlaoise.
Yeah, I'm parked for another 45k past Portlaoise, down near Roscrea.
Good old drive.
Yeah, it's enough. Roscrea be the nearest town.
I went home the other part last night, so it was 3:30 by the time we went playing.
It's on the C8.
My God, it's unbelievable.
It's a comfortable drive.
Are you double based at home?
No, Carlo, I've been about an hour and 5-10 minutes. Drive home, drive back, I just didn't want to sit in the car.
You held out and got your reward, so.
Yeah,
I was new beers
and
then.
it wasn't too bad, it was only
With the
130.
shots then as well.
Let's say talking to your man, I would have just
No.
backed him over the counter.
Exactly, yeah. He was just so silly about it.
It kept me cool all day at the poker. At this stage I was about to blow.
You probably got more sleep that day.
I mean, you get these guys who say, well, can I speak to someone else? I am the top of the food chain here. There's nobody else that you can speak to.
And all he has to do is forget about the computer, right? Give out 3 keys, take the money, and say, listen, I'll sort out with my boss tomorrow.
We'll get them beaten now because it's the latest they're going to be.
Well, it was a strong second chance. We have 3 minutes remaining. All players extreme drive of 225 here at the country. And the visual of the
Oh, 6. Oh, I thought I went over there. Not much of a race, but. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
We all need a bit of luck, don't we? Yeah.
Yeah, then with the room I thought, well, they probably want me out of the room by 11 o'clock. And then I got to hang around for fucking 2 hours, so it's not really...
No, and I didn't get up too early, so I didn't go to 12 o'clock.
Well, yeah, but some of these places to start ringing you at 11 o'clock to get you out of the room. Yeah. That's what put me off. Hey, I was glad I got off.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the final day of the IPO, day 3 chip counts. Niall Campbell is chip leader. We are just about to start. Good afternoon. Speaking to Quinny last night, said he was going to come in to the comms, so that's good for us. Second in the high roller, we've got John Vogelaar, Stephen Lee. Quickly show you the table who we've got in C order. There we go. So a quick chat. There we go. Get that on. There the chip counts. Who's going to take it down? Niall Campbell, chip leader at the moment. 6.1 million, 100 big blinds. That's not bad. Afternoon, everybody. We are here for the final day of the Irish International Poker Open, the IPO. John in seat number 2. Stephen Lee, Stephen Henderson, Niall Campbell, Tom Dunn, Mathia Russ and Rory Liffey. So let's do it. Final day, final 13, first hand. Any action? And good afternoon wherever you're watching. We've got YouTube and we have Twitch. Good afternoon, chat. Early stages. Any Guinness? Had 2 last night, Ken. Just had 2 in the bar area here last night, and then it was to bed. Just to not being able to get to Gravediggers, not had time. It looks like it's going to have to be a special trip over to Ireland to go to Gravediggers. Might stick in a bit of poker as well. Afternoon, Valerie, watching on YouTube. Hope you are well. Afternoon, C4. Can't believe you didn't make it over once you'd won yourself a seat. Can't believe it. Won yourself a seat and never made it over. Afternoon, Knowledge. Tuning in again. Thanks for being with us all week here at the IPO. Good to have you on board. So early stages, the blinds are 30-60. This is hand number 2, I do believe. Might be 3. Merthia with the Queens, 3 bets to 350. Any action for the Queens? Tom in 6. Tom done. Eventually getting out of the way. Didn't think he was going to be calling, but he thought about it. Did Tom. Final table, one of the side events in Killarney, did Tom last month. How many left in the main? 13. 13 left. Stephen raises from gun. Ace 10 folding. Yeah, John got a nice bit of a gift last hand of the night last night with the aces. Huge 3-bet from Stephen Henderson. Let's drop Stephen down. So top right tells you there's 13. Kevin Killeen to beat Mercier, heads up. There we go. Don't forget to give FC4 his flowers for his big win. Won a £1,500 package to the UKIP Dustle done last night from £5.50 plus £400 expenses. That means he will be going to Nottingham because he's got his expenses paid for. He'll be trying to find an Airbnb for £30 a night. Spend 3 nights there, pocket the rest, and use it for satellites. That's what he'll be doing. Well done, C4. Does love a good satellite windows over C4. He plays Menti. He plays so many. And as I don't know if you... the expenses never come out of an account. Where do they go then? Did a C4 read Doak's book? 100% he did. He used to follow him round to make sure he got one. The Bible. There are so many people that have satellited in on it after reading the book. Rory raising to 150, starting C number 8. And it's a win. So no action early doors, 13 players left. Lines are 30,000, 60,000, 33, 34 big blind average stack. Plenty of play. 51,000 up top.
And for all the players who would like to join the next tournament, Main Event, number 22. This tournament is going to start in 20 minutes and it's 170 euros.
Did I ever swim this morning? Yes, I did, Boiler. I got up, I skipped breakfast this morning.
And the stack is
wasn't into getting down before 9:30 to eat breakfast, so I didn't bother with breakfast this morning. I was up at 10. I was downstairs in the pool at 10:30. And a pool, had a swim, a sauna, a steam, back in the pool, quick shower, and dressed for work. Playing his first UKIP in a while. Well done. A C4. Well done on the ticket win. Flop a 10-5-5. As you can see, we have a static camera unfortunately for the first 30 minutes. The boys are already on it, they knew. So there's no flop cam for the first 30. It'll start working. Just once the stream started, they realised that the cameras were set to static for some unknown reason. So a nice flop for Tom. Tom done in 6. Niall turns flop 2 pair, the 4's pretty irrelevant. Niall, our chip leader, with 6 million chips. So makes the call with the 10. And the river is the 8 of spades. So Tom with the check mark. Niall will check it over. Does Tom check it back because of the spade? Yeah, he does. He checked it back. But it's good news for Tom. Pulls in a few chips over 3,055 big blinds. Thirteen players for day 3. The final day. 250,000 guarantee, 275,000 in the prize pool. Well done, one and all. Turning out here at the IPO. So Tom with the 2s makes it 150. Queen deuce won't be doing anything in the big. Sometimes you don't need to defend, and this is one of them. Harry Zammit won the 25.50 at Berry New Road last night in Manchester. Good old Harry, the old piano man. That got some runners, by the way. That was a busy old tournament. 630 runners. They chopped it 5 ways. 5-way deal. Ron Musson from Blackpool got the most of it. Tony Filoni was 6th. So Niall just under 100 bigs. Tom Dunn increasing his stack. Stephen Henderson down on 23 bigs. No eliminations in the first 15 minutes and the 2 tables that are in play. Who won the freeze out last night? Let's have a look. They had a pineapple event on because the floor were announcing every hand of the pineapple. Until we had a word. The Quattro knockout was won by Rune Lauder for €1,585. Murphy Mark Murphy, or Lauder Rune. Mark Murphy was second. Pete Wigglesworth was fourth. That was a Quattro knockout. The PLO freeze out was won by Pavel Medinsky. Wayne O'Brien was second. Flop of King King Ace. Big John in seat 2. Turning a full house with King 5. Yes, the check mark. Rory Liffey has a 5. And a snap fold after John looks for chips. John Vogelart, regular on the Irish circuit. Loves his small comps, his 65s and his 150s. Cashed in the seniors at the Irish Open this year. Well done, John.
Attention all players on the final table of Leslie McLean High Roller. You are more than welcome to start taking your seats. Your tournament will start shortly.
And for all the players who would like to register in the mini main number 22, we're gonna start in 10 minutes. This tournament we're gonna be open during the first 9 levels, and the buying is €170. The starting stack is 30,000 with 20 minutes blinds level.
Pretty sure I see Stephen on the circuit in the GKPT. Stephen Henderson, not cashed on the British circuit. Only had 5 or 6 cashes on the database. So we're 20 minutes in, no eliminations on either table. Doro Kearney is chip leader in the high roller as they hit the final table. Very nice. The Leslie McLean High Roller. Neil Higgins is still in that as well, and Neil Higgins was the bubble in this event. So well done to him for hitting the final table of that. He had a bit of a brutal one, ace king against jacks. Yeah, pretty standard. They hit the ace, and you thought that was it. But a jack on the turn, 17 spinning to the rail to buy into this one. The high roller, the Leslie McLean event, and he's on the final table, so well done to him. Who is Leslie McLean? I don't actually know who Leslie McLean is. Not a name I've come across, but obviously got his name to a poker tournament. If you can tell me out there who Leslie McLean is, would be nice to know. So King 6 for Stephen. Check the flop. Check called on the turn. He's got the check mark. Both of them got busted flush draws. Stephen Lee sat in C3. He's contemplating a raise. Certainly can't call. Is he contemplating a raise? Stephen Lee would have clicked it with any ace. Ace 4, ace 5, ace 6 might have seen the flop. So he does get out of the way. Cheers, Dublin. Stephen McLean's father was Leslie McLean. And Steve McLean was the person that started the IPO back in 2007. So no eliminations in the first 25 minutes. 13 left out of 909. Did John just fold the nines? No way did John Vogelaar just fold nines then. No way. Were they pocket nines? Not having that. Did he fold pocket nines then? Yeah, one of the cards might have gone into a box that shouldn't have, but he's the first person the dealer's dealing to, so would that be a thing? There's not many graphic issues, like ever. Not saying there aren't any, but if we did full pocket nines to no bets, we're in for a long one, a very, very long one. So welcome on board, everybody. IPO final day. Oh, it's bank holiday Monday. Apparently it's something to do with Halloween, this bank holiday. I don't know if that's true.
And for all the players registering the number 22 mini main, your tournament is gonna start in less than 5 minutes. You're more than welcome to take your seats.
So, bank holiday Monday. What are you doing this bank holiday Monday in Ireland? It's not a bank holiday over on mainland United Kingdom, but it is in Ireland. Happy bank holiday, whatever you're doing. So Tom raises. So Tom limps. Murphy makes it 210. Tom says I'm 3-betting to 610 with Queen 3. I love this play.
Players registered in the IPO Main Event who are going to start the tournament in less than 2 minutes. Please make your way to the tables.
I love that play
And
from
we're
Tom.
going to draw for the button on table 8, please.
I've got to be able to tell everybody that next Saturday there's a charity event in Blackpool that we're doing, part of the GUKPT. I've got to tell you that. That's where we are next. Cardroom Direct on the way to Blackpool next week, but next Saturday is CAF Cup charity event, £60. £60 in. Ah, I see what you mean. Done, yellow card, done. Next time it's in the bin. I'll be sin binned. Yeah, next Saturday, charity event, CAF Cup, raising money for local charities and the Marie Curie charity as well. Around about 65,000 collected in the 7 events we've done. It's number 8 on Saturday. Should be a busy one, be a loud one. Music playing all day. We like to stick on the music while they're playing poker.
This is unlimited entry, and the registration is going to stay open during the first 9 levels. $100 dealers begin to deal, please, and wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
King high flop, King Queen 4. Check from Rory. John initially raised. Going to see bet this flop, and that will be Rory in the tank, but can't do anything with the sixes. John Vogelaar starting well, up to 2.1 milli. Still on 13. Final day of the IPO main event. 51,000 to the winner. So no eliminations as of yet. 13 players, 35 big blinds average stack. Great structure, lot of play. 13 players left. There we go, cameras back on, love this, we can see them now. Loving it. Ten Hag's got the sack, has he really? I did not know that. Ten Hag has got the sack. Man United, what are they, 14th, 15th in the league? There's a thing about being 14th. There is a thing about being 14th, there really is, isn't there, Ken? Queens for Stephen in seat number 4. Tried running the big one yesterday with John Vogelaar, but didn't work. And Tom, could be action. Pocket tens. 7 high flop. Both have the overs. Stephen bets 100k. Tom raises to 350. He is not afraid. Stephen. Are we calling? Are we 4-betting? Tom's calling range can be any overs. Ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, king, queen suited. 8s, 9s, 10s. And there is the jam. What do we do with 10s? Tens in a quandary. What do we do? The 4-bet. How strong is this all in? Definitely could be doing it with the ace king. With the big overs. Obviously could have jacks, queens, kings. Tom probably thinks he 4-bets. What is this big? How big is it? How strong is it? No, Tom didn't 3-bet pre, apologies. It was a raise from Stephen and Tom just called with the 10s. Can we see him call in this spot? Will you show if I fold? Always seems to mean that you're folding. Already got it in his mind that he's folding. Will you show me if I fold? You'll see it in 30 minutes, he says. Folding the 10s. Good fold, sir. Just call and run it twice. I tell you what, that's a popular cash game these days, isn't it? The double board. Stephen Henderson getting a few chips back, nearly up to 2 million. Now Campbell, still chip leader. And here's 6. Tom Dunn, still second in chips after losing that one. Not losing too many chips. Tom raising up, getting the hands. Ace King this time. Still on 13. Final table on its way of 9. We're at 13 at the moment. 2 tables left here at the IPO main event. Tom with the 2s, calls after initial raise from Stephen on the button. Queen eye flop, Queen 3 deuce, but all hearts. Sorry, Queen 3 7. There's me looking at Tom's 2s. Did I ever hear Tom's band back in the day? I did not. Did he front a band, did he? Quite successful, a band called Something Happens. A few number 1s, wow. Why was he not on the karaoke last night? Why was he not giving us a tune with a guitar in a corner? I love that kind of stuff. who is grinding ICM sims. When am I back in Ireland again? Not sure just yet. Maybe not before Christmas. Obviously the Irish Open is on next year, but it all depends on work at home. Nothing normally clashes with the events at home, and the Irish Open, we know it's now a 12-day festival, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I'd love to be able to say I was coming to Dublin for 12 days, but I don't think 12 days is financially possible. It's called not cheap in Dublin. So if it's not before, if it's not Galway the first week in January, then it'll probably be the Irish Open, but I won't be working the Irish Open. It will be a busman's holiday. Yeah, 12. I'd be amazed if a lot of people do 12 days. They might do the first weekend and then the second weekend. 12 days is a lot. It's okay if you're local. It's okay if you've got a lot of money. But 12 days is a big old festival. Any big names in the high roller today? Well, they're on the final table, and Dara O'Kearney was chip leader. I think Poker News doing the updates for this event. Paul Lecky's still in the high roller. Paul Carr, Neil Higgins, Dara O'Kearney, Darren Harbinson. Yeah, some good news. Yeah, I'm not too sure if Poker News doing the high roller, but they might be just doing sporadic updates. So we're going to see a flop. Raise to 120 from Mercia. Blinds up in 7 minutes. Ace 9 10. Flush draw for John. Been pretty active as our big John. So we check call from John. Check the turn. 80 Diamonds River. Mercier with the check mark. And now John betting. And leading the river for 150,000. And gets the best of it to fold. Mercier folding the best of it. Bust and flush draw for John. We're repping bigger than the 8. And John over 2.2 million for the big blinds. Going up in 5 minutes to 80,000. No eliminations the first hour. Still on 13. Neil still on 95 bigs. Tom Dunn 51 bigs. John Vogelaar 37 bigs. Steady action here on the first level of the day. 13 players left. 51,000 to the winner. €350 buying total, 310 plus 40. 909 entries. 30,900. Second, 21,730 for third. When we get to the final table, 3,790 locked up. And 13th, 2,800. The first person out today will get 2.8. But no eliminations just yet. And blinds up in 1 minute's time. afternoon, Kev. Any UK players left in? No, there are not. No, there are not. Pete Wigglesworth came 5th in a side event last night. Oh, there is Stephen Henderson. Apologies. Stephen Henderson is from the UK in seat number 4. But he must live over here because he's only had 3 or 4 results on the database, and they're all from the Irish Poker Tour in the last 12 months. So Stephen Henderson could have been, well, now resides over in Ireland because he's only had 5 touches on the database, and they've all been in 4 in Dublin and 1 in Galway. So I'm pretty sure he must live over here. Where's Stephen Lee from? Let's have a look. Well, all Ireland, everything. Clonmel, Killarney, Letterkenny, Donegal, all in Dublin. So I would say they're all local players to this circuit. Jay knows Stephen, does he really? Stephen Henderson. So blinds 40,000, 80,000 this hand. Niall Campbell still on 100 bigs. Anyone know when the Battle of Malta starts? That's this week, isn't it? That's sometime this week. And the Malta Poker Festival as well, on exactly the same times. Plenty of Brits go over for that one. Plenty from Ireland go over. It's always a stop that a lot of people like. Bit of sunshine. I know Conor O'Driscoll is over in Paris, playing an event over in Paris, whichever one that may be, but that's where he is. The WPT Prime is what Conor O'Driscoll went to play, because I saw him in Coventry last week. A lot of it, or everything, starts. So the Malta Poker Festival starts today. The Battle of Malta starts tomorrow. The GUKPT in Blackpool starts on Wednesday. There's a lot going on. Kings for Tom. Raises to 200 with the blinds at 40-80 now. No eliminations first hour. So yeah, if you want to play poker, literally, absolutely everywhere. WPT Prime finishes today. There's Kings of Tallinn on, that's just finished. We've just about finished, finishing today. And then there's 2 poker festivals in Malta exactly the same time. GKPT's on. Best tournament in Ireland of the year is this week coming up, the 3K. Very nice indeed. The Irish Poker Festival starting tomorrow. Yeah, that's at the Intercontinental, isn't it? The Irish Poker Festival. The buy-ins at the IPF are certainly not aimed at the recreational players. Yeah, 3K main is pretty chunky. $13 left. No eliminations. First level of the day. 1 hour. No action. No big action. 2,800 locked. Plenty of buy-ins from 250 to 1,100. There is plenty of poker around if you want to play. Stephen Lee ace 7 off from the small. After initial open from chip leader. And down to 13 bigs. Can't do much about that. 14 big blinds for Stephen Lee. So Mercier Russ 14 big, Stephen Lee 15. Something we'll have to give soon. But not yet. King 3 for Steve, folded all the way down to small blind. But no action. He wants to see what we've got. There's Niall. No action. Ace 10. Ace 5 for Stephen Lee for 15. So we're going to open. Clicks to 160. No, Tom's not seen a flop with the 10-7. Thought Tom might have seen a flop there, but decided against it. King Queen for Stephen in seat number 4, Steve Henderson. King 7-4 flop after initial raise from Stephen and the cuts off call from Niall. Ace 10, King 7-4. Stephen obviously flopping best. 15 minutes into the next session and still no eliminations. We've played an hour and 15 minutes and there's been not one elimination on the final day. Good afternoon wherever you're watching from. Great to have you with us. Niall got himself up back over 6.2 million. Raises with pocket fives. Yeah, I think obviously with the 100k blinds, I think the next level 100k blinds when you start getting stacks around about the 10 bigs and the as you see there, an hour and 15 minutes, the average stack has dropped down to 26, 27 bigs. First time it's been under 30 bigs all tournament. So maybe at this stage of the game we should be down to 10. 9 or 10. King 3-10 flop. Rory getting involved. Up to 28 bigs, Mr. Liffey. He does mix it up a lot, Rory. I have noticed that. He has airballed quite a few times, and then he's had it other times, and he's checking away. He does like to mix it up, does Mr. Liffey. Great to see, great to watch as well. Tens this time for Rory. Oh, you don't like to see that though. Flopped set of tens. After initial race from Stephen Lee. It's a flop set of tens, but it's all diamonds. So it's still a bit of a tricky board for Rory. So just calls the 125. 5 of clubs on the turn. Won't be knowing to us what Stephen has. That doesn't happen very often. Not been able to see the cards. And he has checked it straight back, and the 4th diamond on the river. It actually is the 4 of diamonds. And if we do find a bet, and a big bet, even with a set of tens, it's probably going to be tough to call. Yeah, well played, sir. Good fall from Rory Liffey. No diamond in hand. Any 6 making straights. Any diamond. Not the best card in the river for Rory Liffey. 4 diamonds, bringing all combos to the table. So he gets out of the way. Flop top set, does not win. 13 left, still no eliminations on the first session of the main event's final day. It's 9 for Tom. Raise and take. Here's King for a nail, raising up to 175. John should be calling, which he does. Pocket 7s. Small and big out the way. Six, 8, 8. Flop. Check from Niall. John bets 125. Snap call from the overs with a redraw. This could be hand over. Bet 175. He's kept it very small. 175 into 800. Just over 20%. And the river's a king. If we go bigger on the turn, that could have been the end of it. And look at John. Can't believe he's got there on the river. But if we just make it a little bit chunkier on the turn, the ace king would probably have got out of the way. Chip leader stacking in more. Here's 6 for Mercia. From +1. Makes it 160. So a click from Mercia. Shows a lot more strength than just putting 11 bigs in as an all-in. And Niall, if he's got a marginal, could come along for the ride, but he decides against it with the old 6 deuce. Still no eliminations. Final day here in Dublin. 90 minutes of poker played on the final day. There are still 13. Tom will see a flop. Wow, Tom will not see a flop. What is happening? Tom will not see a flop with Jack Queen and 40 bigs. Phew. Who do I think will win? Might crown a champion sometime this time tomorrow. Not seeing a flop with Jack Queen there out the big. And then open folds to tell everybody I'm playing rather tight. It's going to take something special, that is for sure. Jack high flop, but all spades. Unbeknown to us what Niall has, but he bets out 200,000. End of hand. Halfway through level number 2 of the day. Breaking 30. So still no movements from the players. No eliminations as of yet. 13 players left. Welcome one and all to the IPO final day. Out come the cards again. Raise in the small. John can't continue with the old 4-3, so button moves around. Still on 13. First break in play when that clock strikes 0 on the left. And a walk. Nobody wants out. Marcia down to 10. John Vogelaar 14. Nobody wants out. Very steady table to start the day. No elimination on the outer table either. Something will have to give, we know that. Ace king for Tom. No action. Oh, we might get some now. Stephen Lee, short stack at the table. Well, he's built his stack up to 20 bigs actually. Stephen Lee. He's all in. And then there's going to be a call. Here we go. Tom snap calls. Whoa. Tom snap calls. Tom snap calls. Tom snap calls. Tom snap calls. Tom definitely snap calls. If he folds this, I'm out of here. If he folds this, I'm off. I'm going for a coffee and I'll come back in half an hour. I am not. I don't believe it. I can't believe what is happening. What on earth is happening? What is happening? I'm off. I need 10 minutes. I honestly need 10 minutes. Please forgive me. I need 10 minutes because we're going to be here till Thursday morning. Sorry. Just what is happening? You just tell the table I'm playing aces and nothing else. I'm not playing anything else but aces, and that's it. I'm sitting here until the lights go out. I'm going for a coffee. I ain't really gone for a coffee, but I need a whiskey or something like that. Showing it makes it 100 times worse. 100 times worse. He's open folded tens, he's open folded ace king. Tom Dunn ain't playing anything else but aces. Guaranteed. Back to the action. Stephen Lee is off to tell the world what's just happened. Oh. So the ace-10 gets out of the way, the jack-deuce can't do anything. 20 minutes of this level to go, but guess what? We're still on 13. And if you come back at 6 o'clock, we'll probably still be on 16. No, we're not. We're down to 12. Oh no, what's happened? Obviously, it had to be the outer table because this table ain't playing hands, as we've just seen. We're moving Tom. Tom Dunn is moving because we're down to 12. Who's bust out? Who is it? Who is it? Who's bust out? Oh, Gary Sattel. Gary Sattel, €2,800 for 13th, and Tom Dunn can go over and to table number 2 and tell them that he's not playing a hand unless it's aces or kings, because we've just seen it. See you later, Tom. Good luck. So we've lost one player. We're down to 12. Gary Sattel. Whew. 18 minutes of this level to go. I am definitely in need of a strong coffee. So we raise to 165, pocket fives. We get called. Stephen could have 3-bet jammed. Decided to call with tens. Ace Jack could have 3-bet jammed. Decided to call. Queen Eye flop. I'm thinking 1-bet wins this. Stephen Lee, who's just literally got away with one. Oh. That's 125. Oh, 200, apologies. I thought it was a grey and a green. Tens we just won over and wrapped all around it. Might see a turn. Resides against it. Steve and John with the fives. Won't be doing anything. 1-bet wins it. "16 minutes until the strongest coffee I will ever have drunk."
Main event players, please take your seats. We continue in 10 seconds.
Yes, now John, raising up to 175.
Alright, main event continues 50k, 100k, ante 100k. Dealers, not this.
Ace 6 not to see a flop. Ace Jack, in they go, 10 bigs. In they go for 10 bigs. A little bit stronger from gun, but Ace Jack's always in for 10. It is. It's always in for 10. It is honest. It's always in the muck for 10. Wow. At least Rory's here. At least Rory's still doing it for us. What do you think, Knowledge? The Ace Jack should have been in for 10. The 10 should have been in. The Ace King should have been in. The Ace 6 should have seen a flop. We're doing all right. 13 minutes and counting till the break. I'm guessing they're going to switch tables, but I'm not too sure. Look at this. We want Rory to last forever. This is the stuff. This is how we do it. John,
On the second
with
chance,
13.
in the seats, you have 3 minutes left in the break.
a little bit harder now with the 9s. With the 3-bet facing a 3-bet. I can see the 9s in the bin. But this is great from Rory. And it's Stephen wanting to see a flop. This is more like it. And that is end of hand. Rory Liffey is the man. Unless Stephen Henderson comes all over the top and says I'm all in, and now Stephen Henderson's the man. Huge part for Stephen. There's the kahunas that we needed. Stephen Henderson. 34 bigs, but Rory's only got 12 now, and Rory's the man that brings the action. 10 minutes and counting until the end of this session.
All players in the IPO second chess final table, make your way back to the table. Your tournament is starting in about 1 minute. And we can prepare the deck, please.
And weirdly, John with the 9s would have been taking the pot.
Once again, all players on the final table of this IPO second chance, make your way back to the table. Your tournament is... IPO second chance is starting in about 15 seconds. Make your way to the table, please.
Stephen with the queens. King 9 for Stephen Lee. 85 to call, got his stack up to 30 bigs. Good to see a flop. Like it. I think also what you got to realise as well, it's only a €350 buy-in. I'm saying only €350 is a chunk of money, but some of these could have satellited in for $1.50. €350 is like our Goliath kind of standard. We see some weird and wonderful action at Goliath, and as we see now, Stephen Lee flopping top pair, open ender for Stephen Henderson. Whoa, what a turn card that is! Stephen Henderson, wouldn't be surprised with a check. Put the ace out. Go on, for giggles. It's not. So Stephen Lee with the dummy end of it. I think this is going check, check. I can't see any merit in bet. So he's got the 9 and a set of queens. So was in front on the flop, got better on the turn, but such a dodgy board to be betting on. Steve Lee up to 36 bigs. He's had a session. He'll remember the ace queen and the fold from the ace king for a long time if he goes on to do really, really well and finish in the top 3. So yeah, the IPO, €350, 900 runners. It's a little bit like our Goliath, and there won't be many solvers in the final 30, or final 12 as it is now.
Mini main, now we're on 200, 400, 400.
6 minutes and counting until the 20. Oh, it's a 15-minute break. 15-minute break. There we go. To be fair, I should be taking 15 minutes. Exactly 15 minutes. Rory raising with the ace. Round to Stephen Henderson. So the raise from Rory is good. Last 2 or 3 hands of an interesting session. Mercia, King Queen says 10 bigs, I'm in. Like it. It looks like it's going to work. And folded all the way around. On to the next. Roman folds the 10-8. Here, have it, he says. So good pick up. It's like a free orbit once you pick up the blinds and the antes when you're from gun. We're on 12. Not sure if there's a table change. Wouldn't surprise me if there's not, because obviously there's only 12 players left and we're on the final table of 9 soon anyway. But there might be.
Table of Leslie McLean High Roller, you have just over 3 minutes left on the break, and you are more than welcome to start taking your seats.
Jacks for John. From 13. Gonna open. Makes it 175. Ace 10. For Mercia. Oh, he's announced all in. So this is a flip. This is well, it's not really a flip, really. It's 60-40 for John with the jacks. Ace 10 for Mercia. $9.20 is all in for. I think John might have chips left if he manages. Oh no, an ace on the flop, ace 7-7. John needs a jack and there's only one left. John Vogelaar needing a jack. Oh, John, feeling for you, John. Ah, Mercia. Up to 2 mil.
Once again, players in the Havala, please take your
Looks
seats.
like John
You have 2 minutes left in the break.
is down to 2 bigs if the stacks are correct. Certainly check them out. Unlucky, sir. John Vogelaar says he's down to 2 bigs, but we'll definitely check. They are very close. Mercia gets the ace on the flop for the double. Ouch. So he does have chips left, but it ain't many. Last hand of the session. John Vogelaar down to a couple of big blinds. It says with the blinds at 40-80. Last hand of the session. Unlucky John. Mercia scooping in the chips. Last hand of the session. 15-minute break on its way. John says I'm all in. With Jack 8. Now won't be doing anything with King 5. Mercy is still stacking his chips in. He's out of the way. Rory's definitely calling. Doesn't matter what cards he's got. Any 2 for Rory Liffey. But nice. Queen 10, we like it. We're on a break after this hand. Interesting session, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting. But we're back very shortly. Will we be back with John Vogelaar or not? Rory Liffey, Queen 10. Off we go. Well, that's a flop. That's a flop. We are going to be back with John Vogelaar. Very nice indeed. We're back in 15 minutes with, I'm not sure if they changed tables, but we're back with 12 players and John has just doubled. See you in 15. I need a very, very, very strong coffee. We have changed tables, as you can see. So, we've got Tom Dunn back. This could be fun. So, Audrius is in seat number 1. In seat number 2 is Vitali. In seat number 4 is Kevin Killeen. 5 is Noel Murphy. 6, here he is Tom Dunn. And Sebastian Trella in seat number 7. Yes, it is on YouTube. You do have to, I don't know why, but you have to type in IPO Main Event. IPO Main Event, and it'll come up on YouTube. In fact, what I'll do is I'll stick the link in here. For anybody that wants to watch on YouTube, there we go. There's the link. We'll click it in, we'll stick it on, and that's on YouTube. For anybody who wants to watch it on YouTube, that is the YouTube link. Mullet, it's there. The link is there, and it takes you straight to it. But if you just type in IPO, it doesn't come up. If you type in Irish Poker Series, it doesn't come up. So if you type in IPO Main Event, it eventually scrolls down to come up. So there we go. So yes, it is on there. So if you're watching on YouTube, then hello. If you're watching on Twitch, good afternoon. We are set now. Blinds are up, blinds are on. Here we go. 50, 100,000. We're on 12 as John got himself a double. John Vogelaar got himself a double up with jacks. Type in Nikahara. Oh, that's all right. I never thought of that. Is that because it's Nick's YouTube account? Kevin Clean's got his stack back up as well. Look at that. Nearly 30 bigs. Was hanging on yesterday all for a lot of the session. Kevin Killeen. I didn't realise you had to type in Nikahara to find it on YouTube. But if you do type in IPO Main Event, it is there.
There is nothing in the seats. You have 3 minutes left in the break.
So we're on 12. John Vogelaar had the unlucky with the jacks against the ace 10, then doubled up again with the, was it jack 8 he doubled up with? Flopping the flush.
buyers in the IPO sectors behind the table, make your way to the back of the table. Your turn will be starting.
Tom Dunn, chip leader on the table with 31 bigs. Kevin Killeen on 30.
IPO second chance, make your way back to the table. Your turn will be IPO second chance starting in about 15 seconds. Your turn, Dave.
Oh, the numbers dropped to 11. The number has dropped to 11. And that's an elimination on the outer table. Oh, it's not, is it? It's John Vogelaar finishing in 12th for €2,800. Ouch. John Vogelaar is down and out. 12th place. Well played, sir. Damn. We're on 11. 2 places off the final table. Noel Murphy is around about $100,000 in earnings as we look down at Kings for Vitalis and 10 bigs, so just clicks. Kevin's out of the way. Noel also passing him his big blind with a 10-4. $14,000 is biggest cash, which was in Killarney a couple of years ago. Mr. Noel Murphy lives in Dublin. Queen 9 for no. Out of the way. Oh no, sorry, raises to 200. Ace Jack for Tom. What's happening here? Not calling with Ace Jack. Oh, we're not, we're 3-betting. What was in his tee at the break? 3 bets to 475. And that'll do it. Go on, Tom. Used to love playing the Ladbrokes Festival at Killarney back in the day. Yeah, they were great stops, weren't they? And all the cruisers as well back in the day when all the betting shops and the got involved with all the poker. Ladbrokes, Willie Mills, Littlewoods back in the day, Blue Square. Sure, there was plenty of them. King High Flop, King 8 Deuce, all diamonds, Audrey's checks, Kevin bets, and that will take the pot. Tom Dunn can sing, by the way. Nearly 100,000 in earnings, loves his Irish Poker Tours, 3 cashes in Killarney this year. Check out the biggest hit, it's called Parachute. It's a banger. I think I will actually, I think I'll stick them on. Jack Queen for Kevin raises to 200,000, and Tom has had some Weetabix because he's 3-bet to 525. 2 hands out of 3. Running Kevin. Back round to you, sir. Do we see a flop from 34 bigs? Yes, we do, says Kevin Killeen. $7-4-3, 2 diamonds. Nice slot for Kevin Killeen. C-bet from Tom. There, 400.
Players in a mini main IPO, you have 15 minutes break. 15 minutes break for the mini
Then we have to call
main
once.
IPO players.
Kevin, still 31 bigs. Got 2 overs. Got the flush draw. I'm just imagining Tom c-betting with any overs. Is he contemplating putting it all in?
For all the players in mini main, if you finish the hand draw, please leave the tournament area. Thank you.
Well, there's a raise from Kevin. There's us to 1.2. End of hand. He does put it in the bin. Nice bet from Kevin Killeen, 48 bigs, taking control of this table. Ace King for Seb. It's from 16. Folding rounds Kev on the big with ace queen. I'm expecting a 3-bet. Kevin lagging to think about things, but got the perfect hand to 3-bet with. There we go. Seb's going to snap and double. Seb's going to snap and double. Seb's going to snap and double. Oh, really? Adriano, we've had it before. We open folded ace king before to ace queen for 10 bigs. If this is another fold, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, that's it. Kevin actually thinks he's going to be in front, you know. He is. Kevin's going to think, he even turned them over slower. Wow. Seb, what was, I don't... Exact same scenario with Stephen Lee, ace queen, but that was for 10 bigs. So we're fading a queen to double up to 3.5 mil. There we go. 3.5 million, 35 big blinds. Fish pump and everything from Seb. Sebastian Trella. The fish pump was there and everything. Just why did it take so long? Hey, I can't speak. I can't speak. Oh, is that the best? Is that the best darts ever? Oh. I actually interviewed Wayne Mardle back in the day 2 or 3 times when he used to play poker in Luton. He final tabled a GUKPT back in 2008, 2008 or 9, something like that. When he used to play poker, he doesn't play on the circuit anymore, but he used to play. He played for 3 or 4 years, and such a nice fellow. And whenever we see each other, we always remember the poker. But yeah. But that, let me tell you, was the best darts you've ever seen. Guy who won the darts yesterday was 250 to 1. Who was that? Who was that? That's some doing. So blinds 50, 100, first double, Sebastian, now chip leader. So Kevin raising 2 from the button. Noel doesn't want to see a flop with ace-7 suited. What's my handicap in golf? 9.5, but probably playing to 12 because I've played about 10 times this year. Not played much golf at all, unfortunately. It's been one of those years where we've been on the road quite a lot. The weather's been terrible, but my official handicap's 9.5. Was 9.2. And I'd love to bring the clubs over here, let me tell you. How much is the ferry? How much is the ferry with the car? You know, I like to do it that way rather than fly over on Ryanair for 30 quid. I'm guessing it's not 30 quid on a ferry. Audrius down to 5 big blinds, gets them in. Kevin Killeen just doubled up Sebastian. Might fold this. Yeah, don't mind that at all. Sebastian won't be doing anything out of the big blind. No thinking needed. On to the next.
Players in a mini main, please make your way to the tables. Your tournament is gonna restart in 1 minute.
I was never very good at pool. I used to play billiards a lot back in the day. Back in the 80s, when I started playing snooker. I played billiards a lot. Billiards was the old dying game, wasn't it?
And for the players from the final table, please make your way to the tournament. We're gonna restart in less than 1 minute.
Queens for Noel.
Final players,
Raises to
please
200.
make your way to the TV table.
This has to be a good hand for Audrius. That's not it.
On
11,
from the break with level
John
7,
Vogelaar last out
296,
in 12 for 2,800. Prizes scrolling across the bottom of the screen as we're getting closer to the final table. Final table is 9. Audrius is in after initial raise to 210. Can't fold. We can't fold. Once you've clicked to 210, it's 4 bigs to call. It's King 7. It should be a call. Once we've clicked it on the button, it should instantly. Wow, it's folding. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How do we raise fold for 4 big blinds? How? How do we? Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. Oh, nice one, Kev. Played decent in Devon this year, to be fair. Nice one. Looked beautiful. The weather looked fantastic as well with the pictures that I saw. Yeah, definitely not thinking ahead with the button click. You just put him all in. You literally just put him all in for 6 bigs. If you're going to raise, in they go. Yeah, I'm just saying about Devon with the golf. Pictures look good, and you said you played well, so nice one. Always a great few days with the boys. Kevin Killeen pulling the guys to the sword. Chip leader Kevin Killeen, 33 bigs. Probably would say he's the most experienced player at the table, Kevin. Just over $1 million in earnings as Kevin cashed in the main event of the World Series this year for $60,000. We'll probably say he's the most decorated player left in the final 11. Steve McLean bust out yesterday, didn't he? But in the money. Vitalis says I'm all in. And no, the big blind of Jack 4 can't do anything about that. Hawkston Park is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, Hawkston Park. Oh, what's happening? No! We lost another. Oh, we lost here. We're moving Tom again. He is the man on the hop. Every time it seems to be a man to balance the tables, it's Tom Dunn. Mercier Roos has just been eliminated for €3,130. Which means we're down to 10. Yeah, Kevin Killeen is from Dublin. Tom Dunn on the move again. Good game, Roos. Very tricky picture. Sebastian with the King 6, just doubled off Kevin. Won't be giving any back. Here's 7 Vitalis, round of the way. And round to Noel on the button. Going to click it to 2. Should see a flop. Ace 8, good 3 bet. Folding's an option, I suppose. Raise and take. A raise and take. Kevin Killeen, 35 bigs. Three for audience on the way in the button. Vitalis should raise. Just jam the 11. Queen 9 suited. Jamming stations on right now. In they go. Queen 9. Just calls. This is a jam from Kevin. Put the pressure on Kevin. You got an ace. Somebody wants to make up the small blind. It's not a huge jam. It's 11 bigs. Got to thinking when we're trying to see a flop, your ace 8 is always in front. Put them in. Put the pressure on Kevin. Beautiful. Beautiful. Vitalis should have done it himself. He didn't, and now he's going to flick them in the muck. Well played, Kevin. Ten players left, 2 tables of 5. Audrey has 7 bigs, Vitalis 11 bigs. Yep, that's exactly what they're all. Yeah, they're all, yeah, yes, Kev. Yes, they are. We should get through. And there we go. Tap of the shoulder for the dealer.
Great. And please wait for the mini main IPO pairs.
So 10 out of 909. Well done, one and all. Oh, what's happening? Oh, what's happened? Oh! Something's happened and the numbers have gone down to 9. Oh, you right? Oh, yeah, it's happening on the other table. It's all happening. We're down to 9. Stephen Henderson has bust out, which means we're down to the final table of 9. There is a 10-minute break. So I'm going to get myself another coffee because that was nearly folded the ace king, didn't he? He nearly, Sebastian nearly folded the ace king. There's a 10-minute break. We'll see you back for the final table of the IPO in 10.
small line, 600 big blind or 600 mounted. The registration will be closed after level 9. Dealers, you have 2 more players, you can begin to pick
So
please.
guys, we're just gonna color you up a bit.
Yeah.
And then do the photo, okay? No, 500k here. Yeah. 1 million. Yeah. 1 million. Is it your stuff? Which seat are you? You said 3, yeah?
Sorry.
3, 4.
I don't know. Where do you put me?
Yeah.
I'm here, am I? Yeah.
Taking 1 million?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me 2 million for it.
Here.
Just chip them up like into bigger.
N8. 1 million? Yeah.
If you see the tea lady, just ask her for a tea bag on the side where buying water, that's all.
Here we have 1.5. Yeah. 1.5.
I get the IPO in the background as well.
No. This is for me.
Alright.
Wow. I need what you put now. This is 4, 9, 1.4, 1.5. Yeah? Yeah? 1.5. Right, now you can keep the tickets in the pocket, please. Keep the tickets in the pocket. Thank you.
Король 7 против тебя, король 7. Он тебя скинул. А у тебя что было? У меня 2 двойки, я в игре обосканул. Ладно, все, давай.
Alright gents, congratulations on making the final table. Just going to do a quick group photo, get everybody sitting in. You're very tall, so I'm going to have you standing up.
Okay.
No, you're at the back there as well. Yeah. So I'm going to do 4 sitting and then 5 at the back, and then we'll figure it all out then.
I'll just stay there, yeah.
Yeah, you're alright there. Can I just have you just jump into this seat for a moment? No, I'm going to go back. No, stay on the back there.
Подогревается.
Yeah, just go down the back now. Rory, can I jump in? No, it's cool over here. Stay. Yeah, it's gonna just
What a beautiful bunch. What a beautiful bunch, this lot. Niall Campbell's going to be sat in seat number 1, Kevin Killeen in 2, Stephen Lee in 3, Rory Liffey in 4. Oh, that's in chip order. I do apologise. Where's the trophy? I don't actually know. Where is the trophy? In seat 1 is going to be Noel Murphy. Seat 2 is going to be Stephen Lee. Seat 3 is going to be Seb Trella. Seat 4 is Tom Dunn. Seat 5 is going to be Adrius Douglas Villavicious. 6 is going to be Kevin Killeen as he's sat there. 7 Rory Liffey. 8 Vitalis Palukeves. And in 9 is Niall Campbell. What a beautiful bunch. Beautiful. Almost done. Rory can only stand it for so long. Here we go. Who's gone the other way? Who has the most earnings? Kevin Killeen. Over $1 million. Kevin Killeen. Over $1 million. These are your final table lists in C order. Rory Liffey's got quite a bit as well. Good luck, everyone. Rory, we over $500,000 in earnings. 12 results in America this year, in Vegas, during the World Series and the deep stacks. Well done to him. So let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. The final. 4 hours. 3.5 hours to get to the final table, from 4:13 down to 9. But now we are up and running. Who's going to win it? Who's your favourite? Ace 2, Ace 8 for Stephen. From the button, oh sorry, the big blind. Niles on the button, raising it up. Stephen Lee, who could have been out the door a long time ago when he jammed the Ace Queen for 10 bigs. And Tom Dunn folded Ace King.
dealers and players in mini main, you have a new level, 500 small blind, 1000 big blind, 1000 ante. This is the last level for the registration.
Vitalis with the 8s and the 11. Should be in. Don't open, jam them. There we go, perfect. Here we go. Niall's not folding with 9 mil. He might ISO and just say I'm all in as well. He can just call. I prefer ISO with a chip lead. So here we go. Action. Sebastian, no need to look at your cards, my friend. Get them out of the way. Jack Queen. In the bin they go. So here we go. Vitalis, pocket 8s. Against Niall's Ace King. Ace, King, Queen. It is not good news for Vitalis. And he only has one out. It has to be the 8 of diamonds. Will it be the one outer? Yes, it will! Oi, oi! The one outer. Wow. Wow. Whoa, my days. Vitalis, what on earth? And he's disappeared because he thinks he's out. Oh, my. The case 8. Vitalis went for a wonder. I don't know if he went for a wonder to go and tell his mates he just doubled up to 24 bigs. Wow. The one outer. You're drawing thin when you need one out. Wowzers. Aye, aye, aye. So we're still on 9. The one outer. Why does Noel have a Bolivia flag beside his name? That I don't know. Noel stands with the people of Bolivia. So that's what we're playing for. 3,790. It could have been Vitalis, but the one outer hit the river. You know, if you don't know you've won and you wandered out the building, should you be called back? In the integrity of the game, I'm guessing yes. But surely you need to know what to hit to win. Excuse me. We'll get Noel's flag changed. Noel Murphy in scene number 1. Kevin on the big. Should defend the King 8. Wow. Doesn't defend the King 8. Here's Jack for Niall. Raising up, makes it 2-2-5. Raise and take.
For all the players in a mini main, just to remind you, this is the last level for the registration, the last level.
So blind 61-20 up for the first time. Just 11 minutes to play before the blinds went up on the first time of their final table. Welcome one and all. How many are in the mini main? Let's have a butchers. The mini. 145 in total. And they're down to 5 in the Leslie McLean high roller. 5 players left. And the 5 players are Dara O'Kearney, Paul Carr, Darren Harbinson, Neil O'Reilly and Paul Leckie. Seven nine flop, 7-4 deuce. Rory Liffey doing Rory Liffey things. I know they now picked up the redraw with the Queen of Diamonds. Putting Vitalis to the sword. And he's stacking them up to say I'm all in. Oh, he folds the best hand, Rory Liffey. applying the pressure. Yeah, I thought he was going to fold. Vitalis 15 bigs, Adria 6, Noel Murphy 18. Final table, playing for £51,000 first prize. €3,790 first out on the final table. Action on Noel. There he is, he's back as an Irish native. Yeah, there is Dora. Sat next to Paul Leckett, in between the two poles. Whoa, we've got action again. Should we just ascend? For 13. And then back down to Noel Murphy, whether he wants to call. Both stacks are pretty similar, but this should be ascend. Just look at the dealer and say, I'm all in. There we go, round to Mr. Murphy in seat number 1. Oh, snap fold. Snap fold from Noel with the ace 10.
Dealers and players in a mini main, you have the next level 600, 1200, 1200, and if you are eliminated in the last hand from level 9, and if you wish to re-enter, please let the dealer know. Thank you.
Green 9 for Sebastian out of the way. Jacks for Tom. Should open to 2.5. $2.75 he opens to. No action from Niall, and now to Noel, and we won't be doing anything with them. Tom shows him the jacks. So 9 players left. Got to the final table after around about 3.5 hours. From 13 down to 9. First out today was Gary Sattel, then John Vogelart, Mercia Roos, and the final table bubble was Stephen Henderson. Audrius with the ace-6 from +1. And 7 big blinds, 6 big blinds actually. No, the 9s. There we go. Audrius all in with the ace queen. And 9s for Noel of Cold. We've got action. Noel Murphy, pocket 9s. Audrey has sat there. Don't think he's played a hand today. But he's down to 6 big blinds. Needs an ace or a queen to survive. And then we carry on. Well, 7, 8 deuce. We're down to 3 outs. 3 are dead. We're down to 3 outs. Oh, and gets it on the river. Everybody's getting the river, baby. No need to deal the flop and the turn. Just give them the river. 8s. Could have been down to 7. 8s hit the 1 outer on the river. Queens hit the 3 outer on the river. There we go. It's a funny old game. Sit there, all nice and quiet, drop down to 6 bigs, double up. And stack it in your chips. Ha! If there was no river, I'd be a billionaire by now. That's what a lot of people say. First prize in the high roller. €9,800. 6,950 for second and 4,500 for third. $40 minutes to go until the end of this. There's actually a break in 40 minutes. A 15-minute break in 40 minutes. Audrey on the big. Are we defending the Queen 8 suited after a small blind raise? Could be any 2 from Tom. But Audrey won't be defending. Could even jam. Could even jam the Queen 8 suited. Yeah, absolutely right, Mr. Blow. Absolutely spot on. Folding around to Stephen, who gets out of the way with a King 3. Seb could raise it up. Nope. Tom can raise it up off the button. Make it 250, 255. Even go a little bit larger. With 2.5x. gets to 225. Can't make it 225. It's an illegal bet. It has to be 240. That bet's illegal. Not allowed to do that. Just an error. Dealer not picked up on it. The blinds are 120. But the raise is good. I don't have a brother. I do not have a brother. I have two sisters. One younger, one older. Abda's back. Does the circuit, does the GKPTs, does the Goliath. Deals over in Ireland a lot. Raise it up from Noel. Still big chip leader, Niall Campbell, 65 big blinds. It doubles anybody up at the table, it'd still be chip leader. As Adrian, no, Adrian's not dealt the feature table. Adrian has, I don't know how the rotation works, because obviously we don't get every single dealer rotating onto the feature table. But not dealt, Adrian's not dealt the feature this week. Don't know how they pick and choose the TV table dealers. But they are on a big rotation. But he is here and he is dealing. And he's dealing next week in the Intercontinental, where the 3K Dublin Poker Festival is on. Kevin on the button. Makes it 250. You gotta pump it up. Vitalis won't be defending with Jack 5. Raise and take poker at the minute. Well done to all the dealers, very competent, they are indeed. They should all be brought to the World Series. I don't think that European dealers can work anymore, can they, in Vegas? Because some of the World Series dealers, wow, just wow. You hear the stories, and they're all true. You sleazy room for the event some years ago. Adrian offered to take us to the airport just to taxi for the taxi fare, so he said yes. He's about 6'2", which he is, and turns up to pick 4 of us up with our cases in a micro. Love it. Nice little car to zip around Dublin in, but not to be a taxi in. Rory's going to pump it up to 2.5. Now we can defend or 3-bet, because this is what Niall will do. There's the 3-bet to 5.25, and Rory says, come on, let's see a flop. They are. Quite a few other times we're going to chop this one up. King, Jack, 2. Get out of the way. Show me, he says. Show me. What you got? So we've got an ace and an 8. Rory is playing pretty steady. He's had a couple of moments when he's raised it up with absolute air. So Niall makes up the small blind. We see a king high flop, king 5-7. Noel takes the lead and leads out. An insta fold from Niall. 51,000 we're playing for. Hello! So Audrius with the ace-10 raising to 325 out of 10. Oh, sorry, out of 13. Jack 5-9 flop after a raise from Audrius, and Stephen calls with the King 10. Good shot for Stephen. Can he find a bet? Can he find that bet? Bet's 275. Audrius, not the kind of guy to be calling with ace-10 on a Jack 5-9 3 board. And back down to 10 bigs. King 3 for Tom, out of the way. Sevens out of 10 bigs. In they go. Can't raise. Certainly can't raise fold. So in they go. For 10. Any action? No. Not with Stephen. And Seb needs to be ace king minimum and 8 deuce 6 not. Still on 9. And we are going to get a guest commentator coming in very shortly. I'm getting excited now. But you've got to try and guess who it is. You've got to try and guess who it is. We have a guest commentator coming in. Is he Irish? Yes, he is. Darren's still in the high roller, I do believe. His first cash was only in 2022 in a tournament. So it ain't Padraig Parkinson. And it is not David Lappin, and it is not Dara O'Kearney, because Dara's still on the final table of the high roller. So he had his first cash in 2022. But who is it? Who's the guest comms coming in? Padraig's last cash was 2022. Maybe. Maybe. It is not Tomo. It's not Tomo Murphy. Native. Is he ginger? Yes, I think so.
Most people would say Ginger Tower.
Hey!
How are you?
Aidan Quinlan. Quinny, how are you?
That's what my missus calls me.
Nice to see you, sir.
You too. How many have we got left?
Well
8?
done, good week. We're on 9 at the minute. We've had a very steady start to the final table. We've had a very steady start. We've had a very steady day. We've had very interesting foldings.
I saw Tom fold the Ace King to Stephen's Ace Queen. Nice needle with the show.
Yeah, it's been one of those. I think people have still got to remember it's a 350.
But it's a lot of money up top for a 350.
It is. 900 runners means it's a chunk of money.
That's our stacks now, is it?
So they're the stacks. All 9 still remaining at 4 now under 20 bigs.
Neil Campbell with 8.3. Did he come in as chip leader?
Yes. Yeah.
Myself and Tomo donated
lovely.
to the cause.
You've had a good week?
I have, yeah. Sure, look, as tournament poker goes, it's probably as good as it gets, really. So.
Yeah, it was a good watch.
It's a great tournament. I think it was my first tournament back after COVID, so yeah, it's great. I've always loved coming for the weekend.
Yeah. It is one that a lot of people do tend, like I said, 909 runners in the main event. Just shows it's still popular.
For sure. And 500 or 550 next year?
Next year is going to be, I think it's 550.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 5 plus the juice, so 550. And a 500,000 guarantee.
Yeah, that's good.
So that's going to be big. Obviously with Stars and Paddy Power on board for the satellites, definitely the best way to try and get into an event like this.
It's a good time as well. You know, you've got the Irish Open in March and April, and we have the 3K next week, but obviously big price difference between the 3K and the 550, so it's nice to have something in autumn. Neil opening here with the Ace-5 suited early position. You love to see it. So who's getting spicy?
Rory, as always. I've known Rory a while. Rory does mix it up now and again. Your short stacks, seat 3, seat 5, either not being able to play a hand, or we nearly folded Ace King again, Sebastian, in seat 3 when there was 10 left. But he eventually made the call.
Does Stephen go here with the 3-bet? Is he being aggressive?
So no, not at all.
That's a nice call. You don't want a 3-bet fold. Keeping dominated Ace-X as we see.
But it was Stephen who had the Ace Queen when Tom folded the Ace King.
Yeah, big folds. Tom is well known. He's always in the mix around the Irish circuit. He's I'd say unconventional at times, but he's good card sense. And we've got a couple of local lads. Seat 1 is a very nice guy. Name eludes me just now, but
Noel Murphy.
Noel Murphy, yeah. He's probably like the hometown. He'd be the people's champ, I imagine.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I'm not too sure like how big his hendon is, but I imagine 50k would be up there. And
first flop in a while, Ace Jack, call from Stephen in 2. So off to the flop. What is the flop? Let's have a look at the flop. We have called it. Ace Jack 5.
Absolute.
Look
carnage.
at this. 2 pair above 2 pair.
No.
Whoa, this can only end in a double up, surely.
Now Mr. Campbell can go both ways here. He can check or see bet small. with no flush draw, C-bet is good, especially with the chip lead. There's quite a lot in the middle here. I'm not too sure I like a call. I mean,
yeah, it's playing 19. It's
yeah, the SPR for like 1.2. So
just over 1 minute left.
you're not going to have many raises, to be fair. Like, you're going to flat ace 10, you're going to flat ace 9. So this is like one of the better hands to potentially call with. Depending how Niall or Neil, sorry, did you say?
I think this just has to go in, doesn't it?
No, because if you go in, I mean, it's just kind of telegraphing your hand, right? You want to protect it.
No, perfect. You're absolutely right. Leaving himself 1.7. 2.3 in the middle.
Now, like some of the worst cards they see here are like a queen. So, I mean, that's just perfect.
Niall, the triangles in the middle. This just has to be a call.
I mean, he's never folding.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And Stephen will be delighted to see he's 93%.
2 pair over 2 pair. What a flop. What's a flop?
And that's nice because I think if Stephen raises there, I don't think he gets paid on the turn. I think it's just too much telegraphing his hand. Because he might flat jacks as well, depending on the stack distributions.
Well, this man should have been out the door about an hour and a half ago, and has now doubled up to 5.7 mil and nearly 50 big blinds. It just shows you what can happen in the game. Should have been out the door, and now up to nigh on 50 big blinds.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a big spot. I mean, Stephen's been playing around a good time. Just had a quick look at his hand in there, total live earnings of 20,000. So it's a great spot. Kevin Clean here will obviously have probably the most experience with FTs. Took down a UK IPT Dublin, I think. Maybe even the EPT Dublin, actually, a few years ago.
So there we go. Big hand for Stephen Lee. What a flop from the dealer. So what's your plans in the next few months? You've started playing a little bit more now.
I was lucky enough to look box a 3K package for a seat for next week.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, so that's the one to run good in. A couple of IPTs on the circuit for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Potentially some leaderboard chasing as well for that, but it's a bit tough.
There's no need to travel too far around. Dublin and the surroundings is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Lately, since coming out of COVID, everybody's got a tour going, and there's great buy-ins for everybody.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, this buy-in is probably arguably the best of its current price point in the country, and even for the 500 or 550 next year, I think it's there. The stream adds an awful lot to it as well for the 3 or 4 days that we have.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully Stars and Paddy Power will be putting plenty of satellites on for this for next year.
Yeah, satellites are really important. I mean, a lot of the festivals I go to, I try and grind the satellites in advance, in on the cheap and come in with the full clip.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you need it. Other times with good weeks like this.
It certainly helps, and obviously if you get a package with the X's, that certainly helps over here.
Yeah, for sure.
It ain't a cheap place to come and have a couple of nights, is it?
Dublin? No.
Ace Queen for Stephen after he's just doubled to 50 bigs.
I mean, especially if you're on the Guinness. I mean, it's too good not to have a few, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
You drink Guinness?
Just a shame we never got to Gravediggers because everybody talks about it.
It is top draw. And Stephen's on a bit of a roll here, opening 250. King 3, probably a bit too low. You could have 3-bet maybe King 9. So
yeah, Sebastian's already folded.
Yeah, we have a call here from seat 5. Adrius, I guess.
Adrius calling the 190.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You can keep in like King 10, Queen Jack. It's a big hand to 3-bet, right? If you can't really make, you could jam, but ICM is pretty high at the moment, I imagine, on the stack distributions. Not much to see here, I think. I'd like to see probably like he could check back, but I think
he did. He actually has checked back. I thought he might have just continued there. Well, that's a juicy.
Yeah.
That's a juicy turn card. Any royals about?
Yeah.
Ardrius taking the lead.
I don't mind a small lead here, but I think it has to be relatively small, like 250, 300.
And the weird thing is that Ardrius has never bet when he's not got it.
Yeah.
And he's always bet when he's got something.
It's a good strategy.
So it certainly is. Stephen must realise he's behind at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he can bluff on certain runouts, but he doesn't need to on that one.
Don't need to bluff on this one.
Now, the question is, because Stephen has so many suited diamonds that he might check back like ace-5, ace-9, the question is does Ardrius block river given his sizing for like 200, or does he check and hope to God that Ardrius like just bluffs, or sorry, Stephen bluffs with missed diamonds?
Oh, he's announced all in and he can't wait for the snap call. Stephen Lee.
Fire. That's really unfortunate, of course.
Ardrius, our first player eliminated on the final table.
Yeah, and Stephen probably takes the chip lead now and has position on seat 9. So massive spot.
For mini main, 1,000, 2,000,
3,790 euros. Ardrius will leave the surname.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough.
First player out on the final table means we're on 8. And Stephen Lee is now chip leader and literally should have been out the door.
Who is the final table bubble?
The final table bubble, I'd like to say it was, I would have said John Vogelaar, but it's not. John was out in 12th, he was had one. Stephen Henderson. Stephen Henderson was bubble boy for the final. Was happened on the outer table, so we didn't get to see the action.
Players in the last chance.
Darby says, "Are you playing the 3K next week?" He's got a package.
Yes, lucky enough.
The tournament's going to be on the right-hand side of the room.
Yep. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Darryl Friday, so you can come fish hunting on Friday when I'm playing. Darryl is a local reg here, plays in nearly all of the Irish stuff in the Dublin Poker Club. A 4-card aficionado at times.
You are?
No, jeez. I try my best, but no, we don't do so well with 4 cards.
All right, okay.
Barely play 2 cards. Stephen, now this is kind of changing, right? So twos is not a great open in general, but when you've got the chip lead, it changes the dynamics. You can definitely fold out better. When it's just for chips and there's no ISM consideration, a lot of the value with twos is just having range advantages and piling. Rory comes along with the pocket 6s. And we'll see here now the power of chip stacks with ICM. I'd wager an awful lot of money on a non-6 that Stephen takes this down.
7-8 queen flop, 2 diamonds.
Yeah.
Unders for them both.
Has Rory been aggressive?
He's picked a few juicy spots, to be fair. He has been the more unorthodox of the final tablists, shall we say.
Now this,
but it's been fun to watch.
So this is going to be normally big better check. So, but I think he can go small if he doesn't think he raises as much. And we peel.
He does indeed, for 200,000.
Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. He can bluff. And we have a spicy one, a jack. So Rory will have more 9-10s, of course. and Stephen checks.
And bare diamonds.
It's kind of telegraphing the strength of your hand a small bit with like Marital Showdown, but he can still bluff rivers.
The all important river.
Yeah.
There's the queen.
Now, I do expect a bet from Stephen here. I don't think his twos are ever any good.
No, he's chasing
back.
back. Yeah,
Okay.
he's on the quieter route. Sixes are good.
I mean, you beat you beat some king highs and some ace highs, but only a scratch. Still 6.8 million.
Yeah, still in a great position. Chip leader, 57 bigs. Now Campbell relinquishes the lead for the first time in a long time.
So we've got one Polish player left. C3.
C3, yeah, Sebastian.
Very good.
And Vilnius in C number 8. He has a different flag as well. Sebastian Trella in 6 and Vitalis Peluskajevs.
Very good. Common name around these parts. When do you fly back?
Tomorrow, if this finishes,
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
The first flight out of here tomorrow morning.
You just might get to Gravediggers before the bell.
Oh, it would be that. I think it's a place that's going to have to be on the list if it come obviously over to. The Irish Open is one of those, but we'll always seem to attend.
Yeah.
But could be over in Galway in January, which looks like it could be a nice, tasty festival.
Boyle making a chance, one Polish champ in the chat too. So the last 2 Polish championships that were happening, I think it was Bratislava. We had a couple of local lads go out, and Camille won it two runs ago, and Evan Lester went out last year or a couple of months ago, and final tables and takes it down as well. So
wow,
yeah. It's like I think it was like 50 grand for a 150.
Really?
Yeah,
that's good.
So, Neil here with the ace jack under the gun. Love to see it. No cards. Met Kevin at the bar there just on the break. Said they're getting a bit short. He's got his lucky hat on from yesterday.
Right. He hasn't got his hat on from his picture on the database though.
No, that was a bit more.
That's a great picture.
Yeah, that was maybe in his more youthful days. When
But have you seen Rory Liffey's?
Rory Liffey's? No, I haven't seen that.
Rory Liffey has probably only ever had one picture taken in his poker career.
Right.
Ever.
Well,
because
one winning photo.
No, but are you ready? Don't laugh out loud.
I'll try my best.
Do not laugh out loud at this. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Rory Liffey's picture on the database. I am pretty sure he's only ever had one picture taken in his lifetime.
Very good. That's some hat.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? If you want to check out Rory Liffey.
Reminds me of my communion photo. big goggles.
That picture needs changing, Rory.
I thought you were going to say he's got one winning photo.
I know.
Like, it's one more than me. Sebastian's quiet. There's nothing worse than just being carried in on a
No,
string
absolutely
table.
not.
Yeah, but you just have to have patience. Now, Tom has a nice hand to open here. Who is he opening into the big blinds? Mr. Campbell. So, fold from Tom. Okay. I'd like to have seen an open there. Suited hands make really good opens in my opinion. And the Talus with I imagine a call or a raise probably could mix.
Makes a call. You want to see a flop?
I wouldn't mind a raise there, to be fair.
Yeah. It's just
deny some equity, but the way he's played it now, the benefit of it is he keeps in the dominated 6x. And
so flop of ace, 5, 7, 2 clubs.
So I think you could maybe lead small. You have a lot of aces that you would still limp. You can get value here from king highs, get value from what Noel will have, which is essentially 2 back doors. So now, as it hands, if he raises, he'll put a 5 under big pressure. But I don't think he'll have many raises.
We are wrapped around it. So it doesn't make a call.
Yeah, he played quite solid yesterday. So did Noel.
Hits the turn.
Yeah. Now, marginal showdown, but with a stronger proportion of range. It'll be interesting to see, does he barrel? It's quite a big pot, and he is going to go for it. But I don't think it's going to get done in one. So
you need a plan.
Yeah, he's going to have to bet probably close to 300, 400 here. Yeah.
Relatively small, 280.
Yeah, he's out of position. A lot of these sounds work. But the question is, does he have the plan for the river now? So
I think if he misses, which he just does, I think he checks.
Now the interesting thing is that makes the 7 less likely. So I think he just checks down now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Up there on the turn, Vitalis on 13.
Harlow, is that Lena in seat? Yeah, famous Lena 900 online crusher, made the FT of the WSOP. You know who he is? No, it's not.
Oh.
No, it's a guy. It's kind of like a doppelganger.
Oh, right,
looks
okay,
like.
I see.
I think this is the 10-minute break.
Oh, we're on a 15-minute break.
Yes.
We are on a 15-minute break. Aidan, are you coming back?
I will, yeah. I was just actually going to come in to rail one of the lads on the FT.
Yeah, well, you can come in and you can go as you please, but you're more than welcome in the next session. We'll see you in 15 minutes. First break on the final table.
Collier in the 6 as well.
That's what I'm saying. I would have 2 players. If you would keep instead of king or 6, I would have 2 players.
I didn't charge you anything. You were the one doing the
Main
betting.
Event.
Yeah, but like bottom player, I can't really check.
Welcome back. The man's back again. Forced him in, dragged him.
Dragged me away from the cash tables.
Who did you have a chat with at the break?
Just talked to Tomo, busted the mini, and chatting to Dara.
Yeah.
I think they just chopped the 550.
Oh, they've chopped it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Neil bust fourth, another 3 top 5% finishes.
Very nice
Good week
indeed.
for him.
Dara O'Kearney. I saw them both talking, Dara and Paul.
Yeah.
Didn't realise they chopped it.
Paul's a nice guy. He was out with us playing golf in Killarney. He used to play off the scratch.
Did he?
Yeah, 1
Wow.
to 5 the bend. 1 to 5.
Wow.
1-2.
That's some
Yellow
good.
1-2 if you want to play PLO.
That's some
just make your way to
I
table
like to go around with you.
22.
Golf through completely.
Lucas
It's a ball like that.
PLO 1-2.
Potential walk here. Yeah, I mean, Noel could be putting the hammer down here a small bit, like. Oh! No fear from Noel.
Have it all.
Now the problem is if that gets back to Noel, he could easily start limping some big hands. But 11 big blinds.
Yeah. Well, if you realise Noel's going to do that on a regular basis, he can start limping bigger hands.
Yeah.
And then snapping.
Kevin's kind of bang in the middle of the pack, 21 bigs. He'll be very wary of ICM. He's plays a lot online. Probably the biggest CV, I guess.
So we're on 8 out of 909. 4,790 euros locked.
Not bad. Is this the first stream you've done with the whole production set up in Ireland?
No, but well, we did the IPO in 2017, 18, and 19.
Right.
Then obviously COVID hit. We did 2021 as we came back. Then the world shut down again.
Yeah.
And then 22, 23 we were busy in Coventry. So it clashed for the last 2 years.
Now we have
But
a Brave all in here, cut off.
it's all
Just
the
on-
twos.
Yeah, just under 10 bigs. So he doesn't want to call, of course. But I think we have a decision here with a mystery hand.
What are they, Neil?
Neil. Oh,
Niall. I need to ask.
yeah,
We should ask.
We should ask.
Now you were a Neil or a Niall? Because Neil Farrell's spelt exactly the same, and that's a Neil Farrell. Or Feraldo.
Now the interesting thing is, I don't know if Rory's looked at these cards, but he's quite invested here, I think. So it's
Is he waiting to
Yeah,
see
but-
what Niall does?
Niall isn't looking. A good thing to do here is peek at the blinds to see if they've looked at their hands. But he's clearly in agony. Now, I don't know how big C2 stack is. Oh, we have a mystery fold. No, Rory has not looked at these.
Ah.
Sorry, no.
I thought he was waiting for the cards to go in the muck so he could be piling. Do we call for just under 10? I don't think we do.
No, for chips you can, but not with ICM. There's still risk premium on Stephen. So even though he's getting a good price,
Yeah.
the chances are.
Yeah, just because they look the same, it's not Rory.
Yes, that was.
Hector's always watching on. Always. I don't even know if that guy goes home.
The best player in Tullamore, Twitch regular.
So yeah, so we got the nod from Nick to come and do it, and hopefully the plan was to keep it free again for next year.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed. Especially when you're moving up to a 550.5 million guarantee. That'll be some game.
Yeah. Might be the second biggest guarantee outside of the 3K for the Irish calendar year. No. Killarney and Galway, the IPTs have like 700, I think.
Obviously, the Irish Open's got the big, wasn't it? That's
2.5 million next year.
2.5.
I mean, it's never in danger.
No, never. I think it took 3.1 this year.
Yes.
But it's always nice to have a guarantee in it so people abroad can see, oh, it's got a guarantee on it, we'll get ourselves over. You know what you're playing for, but that field's never going to be a small one. And it's in a great venue as well.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about it with the first time it was in the RDS, it's the first time it wasn't connected to a hotel.
Yeah.
And you thought, well, we've been in the City West, we've been in the Burlington,
yeah,
and all these things, like, is it going to detract from it all? But no, we went the other way.
It's obviously closer to town. Oh, we have a big hand here. Rory with a raise and Noel with a reshove for just 10. Ace-Jack probably a call here. It's actually probably quite close. I don't know. It really depends on Rory's opinion on how wide and how strong Noel is shoving. He's often flipping, most likely flipping, to be fair, at best. Let's see. We obviously seemingly a short stack as well in C3. Noel doesn't exactly look afraid of the call here, does he? He's ubering confidence, but we don't know if that's...
No, it's a shame that for the first time this week the cards have stopped showing what they are. They're in the box correctly.
Clearly an agony here with Ace-Jack, and it is tough.
So get him in the bin.
I don't mind the fold there, he's flipping at best.
Do you or would you consider streaming on Twitch?
No, not for me.
Give away far too many of his secrets.
I play bad enough when people aren't watching. Although I did have quite an interesting hand yesterday on the outer table. It would have been a fun one on stream, but Mr. Rodrigo Diaz put me in the absolute blender with 32 left. Being on stream is an interesting, or not stream, but like being on a live stream, it's interesting if you've never done it before. My first ever live stream experience was on the IPO last year.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, and again put in the bloody blender, like folded queens correctly on 9-10 Jack, 7 flush draw completing on the turn.
Tough spot.
Yeah. Let's see. Now. If
I could open this.
Yeah, he's the small blind is quite short, but Tom is enough. I think with the stacks here, like when you're on a final table, oftentimes the stack sizes matter more than the actual position, you know. So because of his stack size, it's almost like raising the cutoff here.
Leads you to 325. Sebastian out of the way. And back down to Tom.
Yeah, and he actually had the best hand, I think.
Who was the lead singer in a band we found out?
Who?
Tom.
Really?
Yeah, he's had a #1.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Tom has. Tom Dunn. Something's Happening was his band. Check him out. They've had a #1.
I think a lot of local players would say something's happening when he's playing on the table. Anyway,
something was happening when he folded that ace king and went, look, I folded ace king.
I wouldn't have shown it, like, you know.
Oh, he couldn't wait to show it. You know when they say, will you show if I fold?
Yeah.
Worst thing you could ever say to anybody.
Why?
And then he just, because they already know you're folding then.
Well,
it's the biggest tell to say I'm folding, so you can relax inside.
No, because if someone tells you that they'll show you if you fold, it's never the top end because they don't want you to fold. So you'll never say anything to induce a fold, whether it's yes or no.
Well, he was waiting, and I don't know whether he said yes or no, so I didn't have him in my earpiece. But then he said fold, and he went,
Yeah.
They must have him on less because they were saying that. No, but I mean, the must have him on less. I'm not getting involved with him again anyway, so don't worry about that. If he blows at the pot, I'm folding.
Get it?
Yeah, a bit.
I think we've been told it's a different Tom Dunn.
It's not. It's actually not.
Yeah?
No, I'll show you the picture. I've got pictures of Tom Dunn singing and all sorts.
If he wins this, he might be singing tonight. We know
That's
that.
him. That's Tom Dunn.
I don't know.
That's an old picture. That's him. Telling you, is.
What was his song?
He had about 20.
What was the band?
Something's happening.
Something's happening.
That was the band.
Yep.
Noel here with Ace 2
So something happens. Name of the band.
Yeah.
There you go. It's all.
No, that's. I don't think Tom Dunn. This thing here is a radar breakfast with News Talk. It's a different Tom Dunn for sure.
No, it can't be. They've led me up the garden path if it is.
I'm pretty sure they did. Knowing a few guys in the Twitch.
What was happening?
Knowing a few guys. Oh, Sebastian with a massive fold with Queen 8 on the button. But he is short. I would have liked to seen a shove there, I think, given the stack sizes. But Kevin here with pocket fives. Leston, he's going to send in the soldiers, I think, after he works it out. Tom is actually quite known to be quite trappy, you know. He does kind of like limply raise a bit, but there's just no better option than jamming here.
No, all of it. You're not limping to see a cheap flop.
No.
In the muck they go.
Now, if we see the call with the 10-4, it'll be quite the move when he folded the Ace King. Is there any chance the cards are wrong? I mean,
very, very rare. The only time they are wrong is if the dealer pitches a card into the wrong box, or like it flicks off the button into the.
I mean, there's obviously no real advantage of stalling here, but like,
no,
he looks like he's really considering it. I mean, I guess he could be kind of just setting up some dynamic where he you know, doesn't want Kevin to jam lighter later.
Yeah. And now I know that's not the Stephen Lee snooker player. Even I know that one.
I know some of the guys.
And they've had me up like a kipper saying Tom Dunn, it's a different one. Can't believe it. They've had me like a kipper all weekend.
Who's the worst culprit in the chat for?
All of them. They all said it was him. But there is the lead singer of the band Something Happens is Tom Dunn.
Yes, I would bet
it's a different one.
I think it's a different one.
So we're on 8. Trying to crown a champion of the IPO. And are you playing the 3K main at the Intercontinental? Says Insane Dev.
Yeah, Friday, in on the cheap. Be a bit too much for me off my own back, but we got in there in a satellite.
Very nice. Always the way.
Yeah, it's for second biggest buy-in I'll have played. So.
Yeah.
Stephen folding the King 6. I would have liked to seen an open there. He's opening into stacks. Suited kings make a good open. You can fold on an off lot.
This should be in for 9.
Yeah. Waited for his spot, folded the Queen 8. Would have got called by 5s maybe. Maybe not.
Rory snaps.
That's not good.
Rory snaps with 10s. And Sebastian, is it? We've already had Vitalis in seat number 8 hit the case 8 of diamonds to survive.
I saw that. That was pretty disgusting.
To survive. He wandered out the room, thought he'd lost. They all had to shout him back. Oh, you won, you hit it. Sebastian needing one of the 2 black 8s that's in the deck, or we lose Sebastian.
The turn has been known to be a cruel mistress.
Aye. Well, it's been the river and all in the river today. We've had survivals and we've had knockouts. Is it happening again? It is not.
That's
Sebastian out in 8th.
And that's big for Rory now. Just under 30 big blinds.
He has racing chips and all sorts now. Does Rory Liffey? Yeah. Sebastian Trella out in 8th.
Kevin's quite squeezed here as well. You know, he's got some big stacks on his left, big stack of Stephen on his right. Meanwhile, seed 8 is just, or seed 7? 7 hand to find, or 8 hand to find out?
It was 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost on the payouts. We lost Audrius. And then we lost Seb. So we're down to 6,725 locked.
What's the biggest I played? I was lucky enough to win a 12k package to the first WPT 10k in Vegas. So that was
wow,
my first time in Vegas as an adult. I was taken there at 16 by my old man many moons ago.
Yeah.
Stayed in Circus. It was a bit better back in the day. It's a bit.
Do you know what? In 2004 was my first trip, and I stayed in Circus.
Yeah.
In the first trip.
Did you go to the steakhouse? Apparently that's
the best steakhouse. Yeah. It was voted the best steakhouse for years in Vegas.
See, this is interesting because with the A7, it's you can just put pressure on, but I don't know. No, he's folded. Yeah, he's folded. Just a bit behind. Like with the chip stack here, you can be putting pressure on opens, but I think he's just playing a bit. Sorry. Again, Tom could have found the light 3 bet there with the King 7. We can see Stephen is taking the A6 off from the hijack and takes it down.
My first game of poker was in Circus, and I played 1-2 limit in 2004.
Not so bad.
And my first ever winning hand was a straight flush to the jack.
You should have just stopped.
And I should have stopped.
Yeah, that's like going out playing golf and sinking a oneer on like hole 7. If that happened to me in Killarney, I don't think I'd play golf again. But
I should have stopped.
There's some of the guys know in the chat, there wasn't much hope of that, to be fair.
It was a lot better. Obviously now there's so much around Circus, and the strips just got bigger and better in the last 20 years.
I quite like going to I've been to the WSOP this year as well, but quite like Fremont Street. It's quite good.
So you've not been to the World Series when it was at the Rio?
No.
Lucky you.
Yeah. No, I got back into poker kind of post-COVID. I started the UL Poker Society when I was in college, and then work life took over, and then we all got stuck indoors for 12 months.
We did.
No.
You just felt there was no end in sight.
Now Rory is going wide. Queen 7 off is not a good hand, but I think he might be thinking that Neil is not defending as much. And yeah, good
button raise. Rory's getting the chips. He could be the one to.
But like he is covered by Niall, so like it's it's a good open if he thinks he's not calling correctly. Aidan couldn't sink a 2-foot putt, never mind getting a hole in one. Yeah. Well, Kevin's a bit of a bandit, to be fair, you know.
Is he really?
Yeah, he was playing off of 14, I think, and he wanted 18 or 19 off of the whites.
No way.
Yeah.
No wonder you're deported to Spain. Oh dear.
Has he told you that he came 16th twice?
14th.
14th, okay. Yeah,
he meant twice.
I didn't want to shortchange him.
Twice an hour.
He's short enough as it is anyway, it's fine. What is Niall Campbell has pokered a big gap in poker. Yeah, he did actually. He told me he used to play quite. I was sitting beside him for most of day 2 yesterday. Queen Jack under the gun fold by Stephen. Wow. He is opening into the short stack, I think, in seat 1. So, or he just had a massive read of Thomas 10s. That's also.
He just knew.
And that's kind of tournament poker. Like, you know, sometimes like I don't really know if I believe the guy, but I value shoved on day 2 for quite a thin value shove, and apparently he folded worse or better. So
Okay.
you know, that's kind of the underground run good that can happen. So limit poker was your
first game ever.
My
1-2.
My first game was gin rummy, and then played 110, and played a lot of like the trump games when I was a kid.
Oh, we played 3-card brag when we
Yeah.
were after the because I used to play darts.
Yeah.
We played darts. I played darts at a decent standard, to be fair, back in the day when my eyes worked. And we had 3-card brag on every night. By the time we finished all the darts, we got bored with it.
When I was young, my first game I ever learned was 5-card draw.
Okay.
And I was pretty much the only one that had figured out that you could snow in it, which is not take a card when you want to and then pretend you have a straight.
Yeah.
And then they started playing Texas Hold'em and Red Super System, and I introduced the check raise. And yeah.
You want to see my super system?
Yeah.
I've got the super system, and it's signed by Doyle Brunson.
That's pretty good. You ever hear the story of him with the rusty wedge? No.
But no.
he apparently used to grind the grooves in his wedges to get extra spin off it, you know? All about the edges.
Really?
All about the edges, yeah. I think it's Scott Seaver that has it, actually.
Wow.
I think he bet. I think he was obviously betting golf with him or something like that. I think he bet him to take the wedge. Tom with the Queen 10 off fold. Good folds.
Rory's coming along for the ride. Makes it 325.
With Queen Jack, yeah.
The Titus is just going to wait for a hand before he gets his 9 bigs in. Yeah, my super system is signed by Doyle Brunson, TJ Cloutier, Amarillo Slim, signed by the Hendon Mob.
Oh yeah.
Dave Elliott, the Devilfish. Who else is on there? Daniel Negrano. I tell you what, it's a book.
Is it most of the?
I bought it in 2004 because she had to. She was there.
Yeah.
Went to the mega store, the biggest poker mega store in Vegas,
right?
Which was at the side of Circus. So I went in there. Obviously bought the super system. I don't think I've even read it, but so I bought it.
Ever read it? There you go. Had a tongue straight in.
Read some of it. One book I did like reading is we filmed the World Series Poker Europe about 2009-10, and Phil Elmworth had a book signing in Leicester Square, and it was a stories rather than educational book, and it was poker stories. That was a good book to read.
Oh, here we go. Rory with the open. Ace Jack +1, 325. It is interesting they are going for the slightly more than min. I kind of tend to just stick to the min on FTs. Does the same job, costs you less.
Absolutely.
And Neil is quite snug, you know, he's obviously quite close. He does have Stephen on his, second to his left, so he has to be quite tight in some regards, but Stephen hasn't been too out of line either, so it'll be interesting to see if Neil adjusts. Not much chatting going on the table by the looks of it.
No.
Oh,
I
seriously.
don't think Kevin spoke a word all week. And he's been on the feature for hours.
His chip spoke enough when I was on his table anyway. Got me quite bad. Oh, he's a great player.
Dara's just chopped the high roller with Paul Carr.
And 3 ways.
Oh, was it 3 ways?
Yeah, with Paul Leckie.
Oh, and let Paul Leckie as well. Excellent.
I think Paul takes the trophy as well. I think he might have had a slight chip advantage when he knocked out
3 Irish legends right there.
Folded around blind versus blind. We'll see now if Tom finds maybe the limp trap based on what Kevin did the last hand. And That looks like raising chips from Tom with a mystery hand. 500, nice size. Quite big, but we'll get the job done on 5 days off. Dealer reminding Tom. I actually met this dealer outside, right?
Okay,
and,
that was a great
well,
lad.
he was the guy that dealt the queen on the turn against Neil. But then when I saw Mr. Campbell, but when I looked at the footage, he was also the dealer that put out the jack on the bubble against another Neil.
Oh, that was awful, wasn't it? Ace King against jacks.
Yeah. Lovely fella. I think he ran quite deep in the 550 as well.
He did. He finished 7th, I think.
Another Dublin reg. Have to say the quality of the dealers this week was very good. I think I actually had one misdeal, I think, in the entire week.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they?
They are good.
There's a lot of good freelance dealers around there.
Yeah.
Like we said in the chat box loads of times, could take all this crew to Vegas and they get the deal every day.
Yeah.
The deal every event.
That is one thing about the World Series is anyone that's kind of used to the standard. Noel here with Queen 5 and the hijack. Not enough to shove. A close open. I'm not too sure I would take it, but yeah. And Stephen has the ace-3, easy open. Lovely hand with ICM. And we'll see now if he starts using the small size or he's maintaining 325. Yeah, 325. The guys I think just want the extra fold equity. Now, this is quite an interesting hand here. Just saw it. I wouldn't be surprised to see a shove, but a call is also fine. But I think specifically with the ace-3, he might find the rip. You know, Stephen is opening wide. He's opening king 10, ace-7 off, ace-6 off, like what we saw recently. He can fold out much better. Ace-10 doesn't want to call. Ace-jack off is going to be a tough call given stack sizes. So I think Kevin's just working out if he wants to shove. I'm not too sure like a non-3-bet all-in size works. It could be.
He's counting out.
Yeah, like I said, he's finding the non because if the big blind comes over the top, he can get away. And I'm not too sure if there's still like a really short stack, but yeah, he finds the non-3-bet all-in. Now, what's interesting is
750.
Yeah,
it is.
I'd love to see a jam here. Power, max pressure. Yeah. Do we have, who's the shortest stack?
Seat 8, Sebastian.
Wait.
He's about 8 bigs.
8 bigs, yeah, see, and that's the pressure, but Stephen can find the rip here because Kevin will have bluffs. He's not just doing this with value. I mean, this is, for all intents and purposes, kind of a merge. Like, he's getting, just doesn't like the spot. But against all of the players in the table, I think that's the one you can rip on because Kevin will find ace-8 off. Non-3-bet all-in is what I meant, Mr. Do we know Mr. Native Tongue is? Is that
We
what
don't.
he's
He's
at?
been
No?
in the chat all week though, which has been good for us.
He said seeded at 8 big blinds, so now he's just paid the big blinds. The thing is with these short stackers, like doubling from 8 to 16 or doubling from like 7 to 14 doesn't ginormously include your equity, so you just have to kind of wait for your spot.
Yeah.
See, Noel there, Queen 10 again, he's just not taking the marginal spots, but he is opening into 8 big blinds, so that is kind of the issue. Now, the limp is interesting because there isn't many hands. Yeah, like, Here we go. Just, I mean, I don't think Vitalis was ever folding, but you could definitely raise folds to 10 deuce and put pressure on queen highs.
Has he announced all in? Yes, indeed.
And this is big. This is a big tape. Like he had less than whatever it was, 8 bigs.
I love the flamboyant fold from Rory. He always does it as well.
Yeah.
Or he slides them in like real force. I don't really want to fold, but I will do.
One thing you notice on the streams is the different types of all-ins. Some people like the one chip flick in, others with the big stack on top.
All stack them up so they're just about to fall over and try and push them over the line.
I'll bet you now, if Kevin goes all in, he won't push any chips forward.
No.
Until the dealer tells him. But he doesn't like moving his stack, actually. It was something yesterday that I noticed. And I guarantee you that if Tom goes all in, it'll be 2 hands, full fist forward.
So we're on 7. 60-minute clock all the way throughout.
Now the pay jumps are getting a bit more, right? It's 6.7 guaranteed and the next is 9.4.
Yep.
So now we're talking, I can't see the exact payouts, but it's going to be, just shy of 3 grand, 10 buy-ins, a bit less, 350. No pocket 7s. Now see, this is interesting because you'd normally jam, but, which he has done. It's a hand that probably favours better as a jam. But he finds the raise, which is good, because he can get away. And this is the thing that people sometimes don't find. Like it's very strong. Gets Tom to fold ace 9, ace 6 will fold, queen 10. Yeah, easy fold. And I think this is going to work very well for Noel. Could easily have gotten away if it went a bit crazy behind. But we'll see what he does. He looks interested. 9-7, no. Won't be on that. Obviously hasn't peaked. That's a good find. He had 12 bigs, I think. So did Noel, so now oh. Yeah, I wouldn't have defended the 9-7 off personally, especially the offsuits.
The offsuit gappers.
Yeah, you're like.
Is it the chips that just made him go?
Yeah, I mean.
Chip leader or very close to chip leader.
I just rather call stuff that can make better hands, but
so
like.
We've hit bottom and you don't know where you are.
Yeah, he's never calling. This is 100% going to be a check fold. The only question is does Noel ever find a check behind with bottom? I just don't think he does. But he's finding like the really thin small bet, which is good. He can get value off of kings, get value off of jacks. But Neil 6 round with 9-7. Your hand is never going to improve here. This is the problem. Like obviously, obviously you make 2 pairs. Oh god, or that happens.
Oh now.
Yeah.
Niall with a 2 pair. And
this is going to work out very well for Noel. Does want to check back. Either goes all in or bets.
Yeah, he's less than 1 SPR, so it should be the lot.
Yeah, I would have liked to probably. I don't think you would actually want to go 3 streets with this. So the problem now is that he beats all of the ace kings, king queens. Ace jack doesn't really play this way in my opinion, but yep. And I think he's going to call because he beats all of the top king X.
Yeah, he's announced call.
And this has worked out great for Noel. This is as good as you can get, 97%.
I like how Niall's counted out the exact chips count, and he's not even seen the cards for Noel, and he's turned over a set of 7s, and he's drawing pretty thin. He's drawing to 1-9.
He's been drawing pretty thin as well earlier this
we've had a case 8 come out on the river. Can a case 9 come out on the river, which would be grim? It is not. So Noel Murphy gets a massive double to 3.9.
Yeah, and that's
35.
I think the hometown
25, sorry.
Yeah, 26 bigs. And that's massive. That's massive there to find with the min open. It's worked out very, very good. Now I think that will bring Neil down to maybe second or third in chips, and coming into like an FT with a big chip lead and having these unfortunate spots is quite difficult to deal with mentally, so we'll see how he fares with the temporary downswing.
He's on the chip lead for a lot of the last 2 days.
Yeah.
There's Niall.
Niall.
It could be Neil.
We'll have to double check on the break.
We will.
Yeah.
It's Niall, not Neil.
Niall, okay, great.
Go on, Noel. Go on, Noel. It's Niall, not Neil.
He's such a nice guy, I just think I should just call him Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, that's what we said earlier about Feraldo. He says Neil.
So, can we pull up the chip counts for the viewers at home? I think it's going to make a...
We will do as soon as his hand finishes. We will stick them on.
Yeah, now Rory's finding these wide. He's opening the widest. Queen 7 off from the cutoff is very aware of stack sizes, putting pressure on Niall. But he finds... And on Noel.
So we're going to a flop. 4 jack. How hard is it to see bet on a paired flop?
A lot of the 4x folds, like 4-3, 4-5, offers like 4-7, so he doesn't have a load of 4s, but the c-bet will just be good with that part of the range because it wants to fold out king highs, weak ace highs maybe.
So there are the stacks. 40 bigs chip leader.
Yeah.
Blinds going up to 1-2 next.
I imagine so.
100, 150, 100, 200 next. And if you very small V pips.
Yeah, I mean it is tight. There hasn't been a lot of people aren't finding like 3-bet not all ins, but to be fair, there hasn't been a lot of card distribution that allows it, which happens. What happens at this stage now is like 20 big blind stacks to just get it in, and you'll end up kind of collating around the 40s. But we are talking, $3,000 pay jumps. It is quite
for a 350 buying as well. That's what you got to remember.
Yeah.
The buying. Is it going to be an international field next week? Chat's asking.
I imagine so. Last year, I think they had a different sponsor, and I think there was like some live credit that some professionals would have had to kind of use.
Right, okay.
But this year, the event's sponsored by Coin Poker. They've been running satellites on it. I don't know.
They're getting into the game, aren't they, Coin Poker?
Yeah.
So Bobby James with his Coin Poker updates going on.
Yeah, we'll
the final table, the main event at the last one at Cyprus. Yeah, Rory's been the one for the last... Every time I've seen him on the stream, Rory has been the one to... with a bit of flair.
Yeah. And we have... we see a flop.
Flop time. Jack 3-3, another paired flop.
Now... Here's where I like c-betting is the small blind. You retain all of the ace-x. You can value bet ace-x here, get called by worse. But when you have 10 high, there's just an awful lot of queen-x. Oh my god, he's a shows? I'm sorry. There's no way he shoved.
No, it did announce a bet, but missed the sizing of it.
Yeah, I really like the stab from the small blind. You can just fold out so much better. Just the one stab works so well, but we don't know if they've had priors, blind versus blind, of course. So much stuff is like, we're only watching like whatever. Well, I'm only watching an hour, but a lot of it is, some of these players will have sat for almost 12 hours now, maybe at this stage. I hear you were kind of mentioning about the no table redraw. That it's
Yeah, that was a new one on me.
Yeah,
just a random table closure. Where did that come about?
I don't know. I think it's just kind of a new stars thing. They did do a redraw on the Irish Open, right, on 3 tables left.
Yeah.
And I'm not too sure about like the Australias and stuff like that, but
the thing with that
yeah.
is if you're streaming,
yeah,
and there's a table on the stream, how can it be? Would this table ever be the table that they randomly close?
It would have to be, yeah. But then they would just bring one of the new tables to the.
But then did that just take twice as long as?
Yeah, but sure, you have things like people not showing up to high roller final tables and an accidental 10-minute wait, that happens as well. But yeah, it is kind of slightly delayed.
Yeah, that's true. He just disappeared and like, where have you gone?
Yeah, I mean it's only gonna happen 25% of the time, right? So. Yeah, he was. I think the TD said like come back on the hour, and we didn't really know. But then one of the guys said that he might have misunderstood it as come back in an hour. Yeah. So I think the guys were folding. He could have been up in the shower. No. Stephen with the 10-9. Now, blind versus blind is so wide. Like, I think you can limp and keep in 10-7, 10-9, sorry, 10-6, but it'll be interesting to see what his opinion of Tom is. Now this is a hand 9-4 where you could easily isolate. Oh no, sorry, Stephen has raised.
He has raised, making it minute 400.
Yeah, and pulls out.
Above a min click.
Pulls out the nominated hand. Yeah, it's never going to be a min click. Like if you min click, he's getting like 6-1 or something.
Yeah.
We're going to start in 3 minutes.
And yeah, it is like the ICM pressure now on Niall and Kevin is massive.
Vitalis will only play a premium hand, top 5 premium, I reckon, for Vitalis to get his chips in.
I mean, on the button and on the small blind, he's obviously going wider, but. It's a long old stint, especially if some of these guys, played their day one on Saturday.
Imagine playing this hyper turbo.
Yeah.
Just before day 2.
But I mean that runs faster, right? So
yeah,
you can argue that's a good strategy. What's the clock for today?
60 minutes.
Such good structure.
Yeah, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, 60 minutes.
Now this is a hand where someone can go broke. Rory's been very active. Opening queens under the gun, 325. And we could see some collision. Ace-6 off. He's not taking this spot, I don't think. Yep. It all depends what Kevin Clean has. Seems to have a decision. Not going to have many raises, although he's the covered stack, so yeah.
Into the bin they go.
He has to fold so much
Players
there.
in a mini-main.
Just can't
Please make your way
withstand
to
the pressure.
tables. We're going to start in less than 1 minute.
So 44 bigs, chip leader. 10 bigs. Vitalis in seat number 8. Will only be playing premium from now on in. He hit the one outer when he had 10 bigs last time. Gone back down to 10 bigs after 90 minutes.
I mean, that is unfortunate as well. As I said, you make some of these FTs just get absolutely dealt bottom third of the deck.
What does he get dealt from gun this time? 2s.
No.
Jam or fold, nothing else.
Yeah. It's not, because of the big blind ante is the problem, right? It's going to be putting in one big blind. You could probably shove because you're like 4s or 5s behind, don't love it.
Small blind 1000.
It's very hard to tell with the big blind ante, but putting in 1/10 of your stack that you can't win next hand is a bit rough.
There's a dead card that keeps getting dealt out somewhere in the deck.
Yeah.
Boom.
Is that something you can fix at the break, or?
It's just swapping of cards. That's all. Swap a deck. When the action tracker realises that it's doing it on a regular basis, then a deck change will come in. Then you have to check whether the chip is in the card and is working or not.
Yes. Oh, Noel's raid with Mystery Hand.
But they do just break during a hand.
Yeah. Somebody's got a strong appeal.
Yeah. Someone slams them down when they don't like it.
You mean like the Ace King? Irish Open 12 days next year?
It is. Yeah. The schedule's already plastered all over social media. Yeah. It looks an absolute beauty.
Fraldo with a great comment on Twitter. He said he was barely getting out of the end of it as it was, never mind with an extra 4 days.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's going to be massive.
It is.
What they've added to it is great. 1K mystery bounty, I think it's $1 million guaranteed.
There will be some players from overseas playing for the whole 12 days, but it's a tough ask.
I do think it's going to attract an awful lot more, like, you know, top end professionals with the I think it's like 4 or 5Ks and a 10K, so it just makes it more worthwhile for them to travel, despite the price of Guinness.
Which, to be fair, it's not as bad as Temple Bar.
No, yeah.
Which was a tenner.
Yeah, you don't go there. I'll write down a few local watering holes next to Temple Bar that are quite good. The Palace just off it is quite nice on Fleet Street.
Okay. I've been in Neary's, just off Grafton Street. Yeah. That's beautiful.
It's got a Mulligan's.
Yes.
My favourite pub in town.
Okay.
Ice cold.
Yeah.
Ice cold.
I've been in Mulligan's.
If you could put a flake in it, they would.
It is. You're absolutely right. It's the biggest tourist trap there is in Ireland.
There's just so many good pubs though, in fairness. You ever make it down to Clarning?
No, never been. We're saying this on stream.
Okay.
Only literally done Dublin. And that's it.
Blind versus blind.
But I've done Dublin a lot, but I've never ventured anywhere else.
Well, Clarny is good for 3 things in September: poker, golf, and Guinness.
Nice.
Not at all. I've recently found out not all at the same time. that does.
I did ask the question earlier. What's the difference in price coming over on the ferry with the car, and obviously getting a cheapie on Ryanair? And I know it won't be as cheap to get on the ferry anymore, but
it's very expensive. Yeah, I used to live in Glasgow for 5 years, and I think like you pay about $350 coming back in the car. I mean, it makes sense if you're coming over with a gang of you with a heap of equipment, or
I was thinking the clubs.
Yeah, there is that. I don't even know if you can bring clubs on Ryanair. But yeah,
it'd be nice to be able to just jump in a car and travel. We'll have a look for next year, and it's probably something we'll do.
Hasn't been much major collision factors.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Will there be in this next?
Might have been the
hour and 10.
Stephen taking a long time over this King Queen Open, but it's going to be standards. And again, I think he's going to take the 325. I'd like to see the adjustment off of someone to open to 300, because I just think it's 250. Is that I assume that's 350 now, is it?
Yes. It is 350, not 250.
2.3 big ones. Now, standard defend here, I think. Or never fold.
Should be.
Yeah. Don't need to 3-bet against under the gun +1. And we see 3 for the first time in a while.
King Queen 6.
Yeah.
Nice flop. Shame it's not the Queen of Diamonds.
That would be a bit spicy.
We get a spicy flop. But top 2 for Stephen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be mostly a range bet. You're just going to best this for a really small size because you lock up an awful lot of the board. There's no flush draw. I'd go as small as possible here. Yeah, and quick folds.
Yeah. Put in 300.
200, was it? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So 51,000 to the winner, 30,900 if you play the last hand and lose it. 7 left, locked up 6,725. And the Battle of Malta starts today. The MPF starts today and the Battle of Malta starts tomorrow.
I do think they've staggered it that you could theoretically win both of the mains.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. But like the points that you made about like hotels being chock-a-block and stuff like that, it's quite tough.
The dealers not been able to deal both, where in the past they have been.
Yeah.
The hotels only getting 1 week instead of 2. You know,
I mean,
the local economy only getting 1 week of drinking and not 2.
Yeah, the only argument though is I suppose if they're going to do it consecutively, do you want to be the first one or the second one? Most likely the first one, right?
I suppose it all depends on the prestige. The Battle of Malta's got a big name to it, a little bit bigger buy-ins, whereas the MPF side events are a lot smaller.
Oh no, they had a 2.5k and a.
Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah.
Came fourth in that actually, luckily enough. Got off the plane, 24 hours, bing to satellite ticket. Didn't even play the main until the last turbo flight. Bagged up alongside Paul Carr, and yeah.
Awesome.
Didn't win that deep in it, but that was a great trip. Malta's just so good for the evening as well. Now, interesting, I think we have a blind versus blinds.
10-10-2.
Now, Queen High has showdown. Jack 8. You can easily take a stab. Yeah, nice find here from Noel. Put pressure on Queen High. Have backdoors, have diamonds. Lovely find. It's a very hard thing to actually. Ranges are just ginormously wide. I mean, you're playing 70% of the deck, right? So it's quite tough. MPF was always an early finisher on Halloween.
It was.
Yeah.
Well, they always rolled onto each other.
I do think though the Malta Poker Festival actually announced their dates first.
Did they?
I think so. Yeah, they were on the Chip Race podcast. I forget the name of the lady that runs.
Yvonne.
Yes, Montalegre. Yes, quite the character that lady. Lovely
yes.
lady.
She likes a glass of red.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, don't we all?
I mean, I'm. A lot of people on the soda waters here at the moment, Tower. Now Tom with his I mean he's folded the Queen 10, but he's not folding King 10 suited, and this is a good adjustment. Suited hands. He'll fold out King Jack behind him. Kevin with a decision on a mystery hand. They're ginormous cards as well, actually. Yeah. Aidan loves potatoes and Barry's tea. I'm a Lions man, I always was. You like Irish tea or no?
What's the difference?
It's just better, I guess. I fly a small shipment of it back to Poland for the in-laws.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Although they've recently
If somebody gave me 4 tea bags,
you wouldn't know.
And they were all different, and they said you put them in order, and what do you think they are? I don't think I could tell.
Okay, now this is interesting because this is the first 3-bet we've seen in a long time. So it's interesting to see what sizes he has. 700, 750 standard, yeah. Rory folds pocket 5s. Ace 4 from. Now, we obviously don't know what Kevin has. I don't know the full stack distributions. I think, we remember the seat 9 has quite a short stack. King 10 could find the jam or the call, finds the call.
Someone says, let's see a flop. The King 10 suited.
He is the covered stack playing out of position. It is quite tough, you know, your Ace King is in full in Kevin's range, but we'll see what happens.
Not the best one for top.
No. He does have more suited hands, but these monotones. So like, personally, I don't know if I'm playing him right, but I kind of have like a really small better check. In 3-bet pots, I think you can still find it because you're going to 3-bet like king 6 suited, king 7 suited, or in chip EV, but for here he's going to 3-bet the king 9. So it's a tough spot, just massive ICM pressure, just over 1-1 SBR. I wouldn't expect anything more than 400 or 500 here, even smaller potentially. But Kevin will know better than me. Do we see what size he is?
I think he's 175.
Yeah, like super small. Would have loved to seen what he 3-bet there with.
There comes the deck change.
Oh, very good. You've met on the mission.
Good lad out, Paul. We were in for years.
Are you all based from the same town?
Well, we're actually based in Blackpool. Andy's in Liverpool, who's behind the scenes, and the boss of Cardroom Direct, who owns all the kit and gets us working.
Do you know if the Malta Poker Festival is being streamed this year?
I don't actually know. I've worked the Battle of Malta before.
Yeah.
But I don't. The one in April wasn't.
No, and it wasn't last year either as well.
The Battle of Malta does. I've worked that 2 or 3 times.
Where is it actually? Is it one of the hotels, is it? Or?
The Battle of Malta is in the Intercontinental.
Right.
And the MPF is in the Hilton.
No, well, it's in the Portomasso, like.
Yeah.
MPF is the, it's not in the hotel park, like. It's just in the massive Portomasso tower.
Yeah.
Looks
like it's at the side of,
the Hilton's
side
right
of the
next to
Hilton.
it,
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It's got a great coffee area. Overlooking the sea, and it's just beautiful.
Salima Bay, I think.
Is that the one I don't know the names of?
Yeah. There's a lovely morning cafe there called The Two Boys, run by an Australian geezer and a friend of his.
And then you have to go down the road and you have to go to Mr. Juice.
Mr. Juice?
Oh, yes. He does do the freshest juices you could ever have.
Kevin will fold the deuces. Rory finding the open with the ace-5. He's probably had the best card distribution so far. And me mystery folds. Vitalis with the 9-5. Being patient. It's a struggle now because he's going to be in the big blind and he only has 7 or 8 bigs. I think this looks like raising chips. I'd like to see a small bet here. He doesn't need to go 900. He could easily just go 750, 800. It puts the same pressure on, but it is a big proportion. It's like a 700 is a good size here. And gets the folds with a mystery hand number 2.
Considering we've just changed the deck.
Yeah. Nobody finding the 4-bet with the ace-5. None of them close to my heart. One of my favourite hands.
So still on 7, 1 minute to go of this blind level, and then we go to 100, 200, which will actually drop us down to under 20 bigs for the first time in the whole tournament.
Yeah, and I mean that's not a knock on the structure. That just happens.
Absolutely. Yeah, when it's
Rory folding the jack-8 suited under the gun.
When you're pretty stale on the table and nobody's been eliminated. That's all that is.
All it is, like him. Niall with the ace-7, easy open. Oh, he folded. Wow. Should have found that, I think. Yeah, I mean, folding the ace-7 suited there, he kind of just wants to find it. Tom with the ace-4, power jam and the small blind, standard enough. Kevin with the queen-4. I'd like to see Niall start finding the suited ace-7s. Just any suited hand like ace-7, 8, king-6, king-7, king-9, all of these suited aces and kings make really good opens. I guess he does have to worry about opening into certain stacks behind.
So blinds up. Whether we riffled or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Might just get one more in at 150.
Now the biggest man sweating here is Vitalis. He might only look at one card, to be fair.
Yeah.
He has, I think, 1.2 million. So he's going to be putting in 200 that he can't win back next time. So
it should be in now.
Well, yes and no. Like
it's tough if you look down at 8 deuce, and you know.
You fold then because there's two things that can happen. One is people can bust them when you fold. You can wake up with a much better hand in the big blind. But he has sent in the soldiers with.
We don't know what he's got. What has he got?
I mean, if he gets this through, it's ginormous. And even though it's at 5 bigs, Stephen won't call here, I don't think. Because he's got 2 players behind, doesn't see it, yeah, exactly. But Tom may find... Oh, no, see, he's at 2 million. That's the ICM pressure. He's hoping for a 60-40. And Kevin is less likely to be dominated, but again, can't call. So... Vitalis with a massive pickup.
It's like a free orbit, isn't it?
Well, yeah, obviously, but it's also just increased the stack size in the big blind. So if he does wake up and in the big blind, you know, he's not going from 3.5 big blinds to 7. He might be going from 6, 7. So he should be playing 7.5, putting in 1. So he should be playing 6.5 big blinds, I think.
Yeah, 1.4, just under 1.5. Now at 200k. $200k big. 7 players left.
Nobody's got the Red Bulls out just yet. Oh no, what do we have? Oh, some Diet Cokes down there in the left-hand corner.
Since when did Coca-Cola and Diet Coke become $4.50 a can, by the way?
I don't know. Since you went to Temple Bar, I'd say.
Sure, see ya.
Noel with a great opening hand here into a short stack. A stack is more than good to raise. Oh,
brilliant.
He tried to get in on the cheap, I think, with the old big blind.
Makes it 400.
Yeah, and I think now we'll start seeing the mid open. There's 100% no reason to go any bigger.
Vitalis back down to 5 bigs again.
Could do the old stop and go, but it's probably not worth it off of 5.4 bigs. He folds, he's going to pay half a big blind now. He's got 5 bigs to find a shove or reshove spot. The big thing for him is to try and find a gambling spot where Rory opens and he has an ace.
Yeah.
Because he's always getting it in then ahead and has the fold equity where Rory's open behind. So if someone, in the seat 9 or a seat 1 seat, they're not calling to only risk 5 big blinds, they're calling to win maybe all of whatever Rory has or lose Rory's effective stack.
Seven players still left in the IPO. We started the day with 13.
The screen's quite impressive in the back, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. That's part of our kit, that. That's us, that. That's all us.
That's on the trunk and way over in the boat?
That is all us. It'll be put away when we're finished. All packed away nice and neatly. The van's on its way tomorrow morning, about 7 a.m.
Now, Vitalis with the Jack Deuce, I mean, yeah, it's...
Get it in.
I think, it's not above an average hand, but, like... Yeah, you can get a fold.
He's done it.
Now, Queen High.
The stretch of the arms. Oh, let me peel this one. And shows him 3-2.
I mean, that's a massive pick up there with the Jack Deuce. You're going to get it in 40% most of the time if he calls. Which card you peel first there makes a big difference, right? Because if you peel the Jack, it's going to be like there's some hope. But if you peel the 3, I think it was, that's where it gets a bit different. You're like, oh.
dealers and players and mini main, you have a new level, 1,500 small blind, 3,000 big blind with 3,000 under. Next level, please.
What have we missed in the last 40 minutes? Not a lot.
No major.
Not a lot.
Well, the biggest shift in equity was for Noel, right, with the sevens. That was the biggest hand where he doubled from essentially 12 big blinds.
Yeah, double from Niall.
Niall.
Yeah, Noel doubling from Niall. But we've gone from 13 to 7 in 6 hours. We're losing one person an hour, which means the live stream's going to finish at 3 a.m.
It finished. It has more runners than it did last year, right? So with the extra guarantee, it basically went up from like 800 to 900. Rory with the Jack 7, nice find.
But when you have 4 stacks under 20 bigs now, big stack is 33 bigs. Shows how long and how much of a grind this is to go from 13 to 7 in 6 hours of streaming.
It's just the stacks being condensed. Yeah. Like you're kind of waiting for that big cooler where someone automatically now has 60 and 70 bigs and they can just go bananas. Bring out the hammers, as they say.
Had to get the mince pies and cream out, that's what he missed. Will he warm? That's the question.
I do love a warm mince pie.
Warm mince pie and double cream.
Double cream.
Straight out the fridge.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's a good combo. That is a good combo.
10 of hearts, 6 of clubs is not a good combo, and Tom finds the fold under the gun. Kevin with the 8-6. Now, yeah, just not good enough. Rory again, best card distribution so far. Now that's way too, like in my opinion, there's no need for 500.
500,
yeah. You can just get away with 400, open wider. Yeah, and Stephen will not defend Jack Deuce off. The biggest issues is the likes of Niall and Stephen really do not want to get in stacks when there's a 7.8 big blind stack and a 10 big blind stack. It's kind of a wait until they bust or double.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot, tough ICM spot with a guy with 10 bigs. That's why there's not much manoeuvrability between all the players. Plus, 2 or 3 of the players are really happy to sit there and watch it all play out.
I got Shane Kelly in the background of the stream at the moment. Local guy in the mix. Member of a study group of mine.
Oh,
lovely guy.
Yeah.
Just
Good
took
stuff.
off golf. Can't swing it smooth. Slow it down, Shane. Bang. Pitching wedge over the back. So, it's 140 yards. I'll take the pitching wedge, Aidan. Bang. Noel is taking lines here. Now again, 500 is probably, there's no need. Like 400 does the same job, but 6-5 off is cheeky. You know, he might be getting information. I imagine he is. I hope he has someone watching the stream. As I said, he'd be a very, very popular winner in the building. And Tom here under pressure.
No defend. Dropping down now to 8 big blinds. Tom Dunn. Tower is more of a Christmas cake, man. You're not wrong. They do a really strong mature in Lidl. And you know how it's numbered?
Yeah.
One's been
Strong.
terrible.
Yeah.
And then 6 is really strong. They do a 6 in Lidl and it's in blue and it is stunning. If you like cheese. There's Christmas cake and cheese and a little glass of port.
Christmas cake and cheese?
Absolutely. Christmas cake, nice little slither of cheese and a glass of nice port from Marks and Spencer's.
That's
it's just the way forward. Tomo's in the building.
Have they announced the winner yet? What's going on here? This is unbelievable.
We're in here till Wednesday, mate. Don't worry about that.
I went for food, I came back an hour later, there's still 7.
Yeah.
Still 7, what's going on there?
Yeah.
It's just all condensed.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So everyone's just folding, I assume?
They are indeed. Pretty much raise and take.
And who do we think is going to be the champion?
For the fans, Rory.
I want to see 2 controversial opinions here. 2 different.
Rory's the most active by a mile.
And
And he would take my little vote.
I think the people's champ would be Niall and Sipo.
Okay.
Niall in 9 or Noel in 1?
1.
Noel.
So
yes, Jesus. you tell that I haven't done this that often. Yes, Noel Murphy.
Yeah,
lovely fella. He's not going to say the same thing about me when I keep butchering his bloody name. No, he's playing well. He's starting to open quite wide. 6'5" up on the button there. Tom went to Tom Dunn's. Dave Blinds. Using big sizing.
Did you see the fold?
I didn't see the fold.
So this is 11 left, 10 left, 11 left.
Okay.
Stephen Lee in C2.
Yeah.
He's on his last 2 acts. Tom Dunn opens to 175 for 40-80.
Yeah.
Stephen moves all in with ace queen for 10.
For 10 big?
For 10 bigs. Tom open folds ace king. No.
And then Stephen shows the ace queen to get the rub
He
down.
got away with murder, Tower.
And he's still in.
He's still well. There you go. He's still in.
He's still in.
Tom knew the queen was coming out in the flop. So when he can see into the future, that's a profitable thing to have in poker.
Yes.
Hey, enjoy, lads. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, young man. Thanks for your help this week.
Tom, we have a blind versus blind, limp pot, queen 6 from Tom, queen 9 from Kevin. Yeah, Kevin, marital showdown. Doesn't need to stab in position. Now, I don't think Tom could stab, but he doesn't. Kevin has the open ender. Could start to bet to get some king highs to fold, but or at least put some king highs under pressure. But he also could potentially get a 4 or 5 to fold over 2 streets. Board is quite draw heavy.
Open ender for Kevin. The board pairs with a 5 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, it's actually a chop.
Tom's always checking. This needs to be a bet from Kevin. This needs to be 3/4 pot. Make it 450. Take the pot. But Kevin's not done too many moves either, but he can find spots. Kevin Killeen, but he hasn't found it. I thought if it makes it 450.
He does, but what are you targeting to fold? Just king 7 or king 6, or
yeah, maybe any.
If you're targeting a king to fold, you do need to make it relatively big. But he also doesn't have a heart. As I said, he's marital showdown. But Kevin will know that Tom didn't stab the flop with the redraw, wrapped around the 4-5 with the 6. But again, it's just the stack sizes. Tom's actually 8.9 big, so I didn't realise that. We're going to see the soldiers being put in, I think, in the next orbit for sure.
Yes.
We're just getting at the stage now where we want to be rifling in the soldiers.
We are indeed. Lines of 100, 200. It is catching up to most of the players. Even by this time, we're either not only on 3 or could even have a champ.
I think there's 27 million in play. I think,
There is, yeah.
if I recall correctly.
900 runners at 30,000.
So yeah, we will want to see the stacks kind of collect a bit to have play at the sharp end of the spear. No, let's see if he finds the standard raise. And I think he's found 400. Yeah, good adjustment. I guess the only thing is hopefully he keeps that consistent going forward. Rory with the king queen with the call. 25, 28, 29 bigs effective. Yeah. Standard.
Off to the flop, king jack 7.
Yeah, and this is going to be unfortunately a bit expensive for Noel. So he'll range bet for probably 400. Yeah, now
Spot on.
I'd like to see a raise from Rory. Yeah, it's. You do want to raise.
In what scenario do we not lose
a
many?
lot? Well, the problem is with the king 10 is you don't have a club. You could bet turn and check back river, but the board is so draw heavy. I don't like a check. You just never get paid. You don't get paid on some rivers.
Well, this is going check, check.
But this is what
checked it. Oh no!
Yeah, he's not going to check it.
Good old Rory. And a call.
Yeah,
so
that's just unfortunate. He lost the minimum, I think, by not betting the turn.
So now chip leader Rory Liffey.
Yeah.
38 bigs.
Noel, unfortunately, down to the kind of squeezed proportion of the distribution here.
That's what we're playing for. Next out, 6,725. You got somebody sat on the table with 7 bigs. You're in a bit of a spot.
There's about 140,000, I think, between the remaining payouts. Not a bad pot to be playing for. 20 grand each. Chop it up.
Leave a couple of guineas behind the bar and we'll see you later.
I somehow don't think a few of these players would agree to that at the moment.
What are the rules over in Ireland regarding, or does it go by tournament to tournament regarding a chop or what to play for? Do you have to leave something to play for, or can you chop it proper, purely ICM?
I'm not too sure. I know with some of the star stuff, I think they have to leave 10%. I think it is. There's a very famous story recently at the EPT where a rich businessman wanted the trophy, but they kind of had to play for it. So he basically sacrificed, like, I think it was 50 grand. So that whoever won it, but Star said that whoever actually won, like as in remained, would have the photo.
Yeah.
But the two kind of pros said, like, we'll post you the trophy. Yeah. So an expense, and he ended up winning anyway. Yeah. But Kevin Killeen all in, sends in the soldiers.
Look who's in the background?
Jack 9, Mr. Porrick Parkinson.
We've not seen Porrick all weekend, and then all of a sudden he just turns up.
The opposite of an Irish goodbye. Turn up at the last minute.
Oh, he's wandering in the back. What's he doing? Oh, I thought he was wandering in the back going out the boys. Anybody want to help with action tracking? Porrick's in the building.
Good find there from Kevin. Jack 9. Great jamming hand. Have equity when called. Not as good as the Jack 8 suited monster though.
Porrick Parkinson. What a star he's been over the years.
Yeah, final table of the Irish Open this year, or final 2 tables for sure anyway. He outlasted me. What a great tournament that is.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It really is.
There's not much like taking chips out of a bag after day 4.
taking chips out of the bag in the day 2 of the Mini. Now that, for me, was the highlight of my career.
And that's why this is so good. Like for a 350 or even next year for a 550, you know, you're on stream. There's like it would be great if they could get a stream going for the bigger IPT events, the Killarney and Galway. You definitely see some characters out in that and some unconventional plays.
Saw Finton Gavin for an hour this morning as well.
Yeah?
He was in the building. He was indeed.
Yeah.
In the old Irish poker tour these days.
Kevin with a mystery hands.
I've never seen the weight he's lost.
Who?
Finton.
Oh yeah.
Well,
sure, that man's always moving and
he's
taking
about
back.
5 stone lighter.
Yeah.
Not had a drink in 4 years.
It's a good strategy.
Not had a drink in 4 years, that man. He is a star. You're right, the monster fish is going nowhere. He's chained to the chair.
Oh, and we have a reshove. Now, I don't think this is light.
Me neither. No. Me neither.
I'd love to see it, the ace-5 suited. I'd love to see the king-10 suited, but I just don't think it is.
Don't know whether he...
Does he cover him, do you think? Well, Kevin recently won a 4.1 million and...
Find out where the graphics have gone. Where do the graphics disappear to?
Yeah. Well, judging by that little screen there, they're basically both even, with Kevin being slightly covered.
Boothie, what are you doing? The graphics have disappeared. With an all-in.
Seat 9 stoic. Oh, and I think we're going to have action. Or does Kevin find, not the pump fake, but the stare down. A lot of money on the line for a 350. Is the heart pumping? There's a lot. It's I mean, this is the burst all-in and potential call we've had in quite some time. He looks like he wants to call, to be fair.
Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, there's no graphic.
What hand do you think he has that he's potentially calling?
Ace Jack, Ace Queen.
He's not hauling Ace Jack.
Nines.
I think it's... Nines is a good shot. Could be Ace Queen off. Ace Queen off would be potential, but yeah, nines is that, I think. Basically 20 bigs, but with the ICM it's quite different. Can you ask Aiden if Clicky still plays? Mercy Roos? Yeah, he. I think he final 2 tabled this. Clearly in the bin, as we call it.
Yeah.
Oh, that Clicky, sorry, I thought you meant Speedy. Yeah, Clicky's away. He was in Manila, sorry, the last time he done the vlog. And we find the fold, the mystery fold. Now, I'd be very annoyed if I was on the table, because those would be the hands I'd want to know. They're the most interesting hands that we've seen.
Sorry about the no graphics there, guys. Don't know what happened there.
Who's interviewing? Have you got? I don't know, I think that's right. Oh, much have I got?
So, we will get the graphics back. I'm pretty sure about that.
Were you doing production back in the glass table days, David?
We filmed a few. How old are you?
33.
33. You've only been playing. Well, the end of the month started at 22.
Yeah.
So you've only been playing live a couple of years, or you played before.
I played live, but more kind of quote unquote seriously, I guess. Recently.
A long time ago, back in 2010, we filmed the WPT in London. And it was Andrew Roble against Toby Lewis when it was quad nines over quad queens.
Yeah.
We filmed that.
Is that when Tony G was on it?
That was yes.
Toby Lewis.
Yeah, that's right. That was
on your bike.
That was in the.
Was on your bike? Is that what he said, or was it the other thing that he said? Oh, and great find here from Metalis. An absolute monster for 5 bigs. Can't get called for worse.
No. Yeah, that was in the Palm Beach, and they held the WPT down in the Mayfair.
Yeah, I kind of got into poker watching the old high stakes poker with my old man at 2 o'clock in the morning after a few soda waters.
Yeah, filmed some good stuff in the past. But a lot of it have just been video clips and the TV production.
Yeah.
Never really gone into the full TV production with all the spotters and cameramen and production staff and anything like that.
I mean, it's an impressive setup. I will say one of the things that's quite good is when you're playing on the stream, you can look at the size of the pot and how much you have.
Yeah.
And when you take away the calculators in between hands, that's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Well, the live stream's got better and better, and now we're up to where we are now with everything that Cardroom Direct do. Nice to get asked to come over here from Nikahara and the team.
Tom has been very patient, to be fair to him. He has not had much spots
last chance freeze out. You can start making your way
whatsoever.
back to your seats. There's just over 3 minutes remaining in the break.
Yeah, Noel finds it. And not too sure what happened there, but I think we had a Stephen with the ace jack probably shoved and a fold from Tom.
So still on 7, 32 minutes of this session to go. We've dropped under the 20 big average stack with 7 players left. I think at this stage we should be down to 3. But we're not, we're on 7. And we're heading to the next break in 30 minutes time. It'll be a 15-minute break. Got the chip counts at all times. The thing you've got is the thing you've got with Vitalis in seat number 8. You've got somebody sat there with 7 bigs, not playing a hand. He won't play a hand until it's premium.
Well, it's not. It doesn't have to be premium. Like
No,
it just has to be the right spot.
If he gets a nice situation, he could do it. But he's the kind of guy that's not going to take that spot. The way he's played.
But he hasn't had cards. Like.
No.
He only has one move.
But Annette won a hand, 1 or 2 by never looking at the cards.
Yeah.
Just taking situations.
Yeah,
spots.
but you'd have to be. I think to win a tournament like that, you kind of have to blind as you did. You'd have to come in as a ginormous chip leader.
Yeah.
Like I said, chip distributions matter more in FTs than whole cards or positions almost.
Jack high flop. Jack 5-7. Stephen Lee checks.
Yeah, blind versus blind here is pretty tough. No reason to bet for either player really. The only thing is Stephen could have maybe potentially bet to fold out like what happened, which is the deuce of hearts. But Tom, I think, will probably just want to get the showdown. And it's a tough spot. I mean, he has king high and he has a deuce, but he's going to call 1.
It's interesting now, does Stephen Lee get fruity on any river?
Well, Stephen has all of the better, hands that like King X, etc. So he's going to have the better hearts. I'd be surprised to see a showdown on a 4 flush, but it's not unlikely.
Yeah, Tom's going to check back.
Yeah.
Show the 2 of hearts there.
That's
Tom gets up to 10 bigs. Chip stacks in seat order with the blinds at 200k. 32 big blinds. Here's big stack.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some violence, I think, for us to start playing some post, but that's just the nature of final table.
Absolutely. That is correct.
But I mean, this can happen even in day 2 or day 1. You know what I mean? And that's why these better structures are good. You don't have to take ridiculous spots. You don't have to go from 40 bigs to 10 bigs within 10 minutes. And again, Rory folding the King 8 there under the gun. Stack distributions are what they are, but that makes a really good open. Noel with the ace 5 opening into, yeah, I think that's a fine open. Stack sizes are pretty rough here for Stephen. He can't really 3-bet not all in given the sizes.
Background to Kevin Killeen.
Yeah. Kevin has an option here, can most likely call given stack size and
I'd like to see a flop.
Yeah.
And see a flop we do. Well, pick your flops. 8, 9, 2, 2 diamonds. Redraw to the straight flush.
Yeah, I imagine it's check, bet, raise. I mean, that's what it would be for chips, right? For IC, I mean, you want to fold out ace highs, you want to fold out queen 10, you want to fold out, queen 10 maybe. Yeah, queen 10's a tough call. See 700 here, maybe? Or do we call? I mean, Noel has all of the king 10s, the ace jacks, the queen jacks, but and Kevin's asking to see how much Noel has because he wants to figure out, I think, his jam or 3-bet not all in. That very likely not to be dead. Like if Kevin jams, are you loving your life as Noel with ace 10 of diamonds? I mean, you have a ginormous,
absolutely.
You have a lovely draw, but. I think you want to make it a size where Queen Jack doesn't want to peel, so
Again, 6.
All of the biscuits.
Wow, all of them.
I think he wants to put his max pressure on as much as he can.
3 players, 10 bigs or less. Tom Dunn, Noel Murphy, Vitalis.
And Kevin understands the idea of fold equity. He's jammed the Jack 9. He's jammed there with the 7 high flush. Calling the king high flush draw there is not great. Like, if you have 2 overs in the flush draw, it's a ginormous draw. But like with the risk premium of the stack sizes, it's tough.
Break time in 25 minutes. Will we still be on 7?
Well, would you take the under or the over in 6.5?
I would probably take the unders, but anything's possible on this table.
Yeah, I'd take the unders. How's the Tower 3 bet? Parlay or whatever you do.
Oh, the Towers treble?
Yeah.
We got a 3-0 win, a 3-0 win, and a 1-1 draw.
Is that what you picked?
It did not come in.
Yeah.
The 1-1 draw, we needed a goal in the last 20 minutes of the match, finished 1-1. We were devastated. 8.4 to 1 it was. It was a pretty decent treble.
Okay. Stephen, 400k.
But I suppose the only good trebles are them that win.
This is interesting because Stephen is using different sizings, so I don't know if people are picking up on this, but he essentially has raised, I think, to 450 to slightly higher than 2 big blinds with these more premium hands. This could be disastrous, but I think Kevin is too aware to jam this. Calling is fine. Stack sizes don't really warrant a jam. I think a jam would be torching, but I'm not too sure. This is going to be one of the more tough spots, and what a fold. He'll be delighted to see when he saw that one back.
Yeah.
And I think it might have been the sizing. I think if Stephen opens to 400 like he has been doing, I think Kevin might do something different. If he calls, the pot is inflated pre-flop, he's out, or post-flop, he's out of position. Kev knows exactly.
Kev does know.
You knew what to bet exactly on the river to take me to Value Town yesterday, for sure. Yeah, and mediocre poker there, exactly. Making a good point. Kevin will know a lot of the stacks, asking to see what you're playing. Pick up. If you ever ask someone what they're playing and they instantly jam and show your stack, it's never weak, I'll tell you that. Who's the best live player you've ever seen?
Best live player I've ever seen.
Well, obviously, you know, like you watch a lot of the streams. So
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some guys.
Worldwide, I've seen them all.
Yeah.
Good to watch Ivy play.
Ivy, yeah. Right.
Yeah, it was good to watch Ivy play.
Novi yeah. That's kind of an interesting fold there. The ace-7 suited. You're shoving into the shortest stack on the table. You see, Tom takes it. Obviously, it is from the cutoff, and yeah, he just knows the great folds. Kevin has a spot here. Now, the big blind being so short is not that bad. He is covered by his direct left. Yeah.
That's 2 million.
Kevin's playing 23 big blind.
2,075,000, as it says under his name.
I do think it's probably that he's not calling ace-10. So the question is does Kevin want to take this spot? And he does, yeah.
He has announced it.
And he goes all in.
Tom's like,
Oh, unfortunate to Tommy screeches, he knows.
Tom's like,
Does he have, the question is, does he have 30% or like what he has, which is 27%?
If Tom wins this hand, we will finish Wednesday morning. Just saying.
Tom's usually not a slow man to put chips in the pot, I'll tell you that.
Well, he's changed his game the last 2 days.
It's mostly because he's now playing 2 cards and he normally plays 4.
Where's the other 2, he says.
Yes.
So, Tom.
We are going to see
done.
3 more cards.
Ace Deuce against Kevin Killeen, Ace Jack.
Tom has the... what an interesting card is Tom... Oh my god!
Wow, is it the 2?
There's some...
back doors with the clubs, the wheel. That's not it. So
that
Jack and a 4.
That is a very... Yeah, but not the Jack of Diamonds.
4 to chop it.
Not the Jack of Diamonds, not the 4 of Diamonds.
Yeah. So it takes 2 outs.
There we go.
And Tom sit down with 4.6 million.
Back to Tom.
It's 23 bigs now, and they're cemented in till midnight. Them 23 bigs. Absolutely, you're going to need a pick hammer to get them off Tom Dunn, that is for sure.
I'm telling you, he's
big double. Unlucky Kevin.
Now, ironically, for the viewers at home, I think we kind of wanted to see Kevin take that down. I mean, he'd be up to 40 big blinds. No, sorry, more. Just shy of 40 bigs, but he'd be able to put the pressure on, I think.
So 20 minutes to go until the end of this session, and we're still on 7. The big blind when we come back is going to be 250k.
So you were saying about the live areas, like Phil Ivey playing live. Yeah, it's good. There's
yeah, I've seen obviously seen all the big players. I like watching Robert Williamson play. I don't know if you know the name.
Yeah,
Robert Williamson III.
No.
I've seen him live. He was good.
There's a few good cash players over in Nottingham that I've seen. I think Jasper, I wouldn't know the names, but Stado plays a bit as well and stuff like that. There are some good players there playing really deep.
There are some very good players. Some really good players on the British scene.
Yeah,
we have a few crushers. It's really good we have a really good circuit and new guys over here. I used to like watching Marty Smith back in the day. You know, like back in the day when the game was a little bit different. Like watching old Marty Smith play. So.
Yeah, Waddy, I think Jared Keenan might know some of the more the names than I do. I mean, we don't have that many streams in Ireland. I mean, we have this, the Deep Stack is streamed, but I think it's just the final table, and we have the Irish Open.
Well, unfortunately we're busy when the Deep Stack's on in February next year, because we've already been asked.
Right.
Which is a bit of a bummer, but we're already busy, unfortunately.
Stephen opening the 7s. Now, this is a stack distribution thing, because if Stephen has less, he doesn't want to open 7s. But he's under gun +1. We're only playing 7-handed, so it's probably okay. Stephen, no way. That's sorry. I just read the hand. 7s.
Kevin's out of the hand.
Yeah.
Rory, unbeknownst to us what he has, he's raised it up.
Now, see, this is one where, the ace deuce, I think we're just going to see a fold, 15 bigs, I mean, okay, Rory 3-bet to $1 million here, with a mystery hand number 2. And see, this is where we can, wow. I don't particularly like the call. We're playing two SPR out of positions.
And a 6-9 jack, all diamond flop.
Yeah, with no diamond. And the problem is this here, Stephen's just going to largely check fold this, even though he's ahead of ace king, ace queen. That is a ginormous bet, is it? That's 1 million? Yeah, and that's very, very large on a monotone flop.
Of the main event, please take your seats. You have 2 minutes left in the race.
Would love to see what Rory's doing this with. And yeah, Stephen can call. Now, if Stephen had found a 4-bet jam with 7s, I'm not saying I would, but Rory has to call very, very thin, doesn't he? You know, with the stacks.
Well, Stephen has called.
Wow.
Yeah, Rory's not put his cards in the box, unfortunately. He's just holding them above it, which is why they've not registered into the box. Snap check back from Rory.
Now, Stephen very, very likely might have the best hand. The question is, do you block bet? So, checking invites getting bluffed off our hand, but if we bet 500, 700, and I think he has the best hand.
Yeah. That's the ace king, ace queen, ace 10 with the ace of diamonds, maybe.
Yeah, even the king of diamonds. It'd be nice to see what he had, but great find, great call. A non-believer in Stephen.
And he's stack to the top of the pile. 8.8 million, 15 minutes to go of this session.
I've played a bit with Stephen before on kind of the Irish tour, like the smaller events, and he does like to stare you down, so he does. Ken saying that it was the Ace of Spades, King of Diamond. I just heard from Stephen, but we didn't even see the cards. No, I didn't think.
Not unless they were just chatting about it at the table.
Yeah. But then I don't think we should be really telling people that either. You know, like I think you can bluff the Ace King with the King of Diamonds, but he did use a very, very big size as well. So when you use that big of a size, you have this problem with position. Now Tom with sharpened chips, let's see what size he uses. Has used big sizes in day ones before. I've noticed that. I'd like to see 4. I mean, yeah, again, just using big sizes. And that's kind of actually the problem why we're not seeing so many flops, because of the higher calls or the worst pot odds. Yeah. Now, it does invite this, which is ginormous, and we're going to likely obviously see a 4-bet here.
4-bet rip, Tom.
Yeah, well, he ain't folding, I'll tell you that.
4-bet rip, Tom. Do it.
And Rory,
make the stream cheer.
Rory has been extremely active as well. Now, the only thing, right, is if Rory had what pair do you think Rory calls with if he gets jammed on? You're not liking 10s. So
you're definitely not liking 10s. You wouldn't be doing it with 9s.
The thing is though that you can probably get Ace Queen to fold, so that's 30% equity. You can flip against Ace King, of course, but I think even if you get Jacks and 10s to fold, you're folding out 20% equity.
What percentage of the chat box thinks that these queens are going in the bin?
Calling is not great. It's a bit tough.
There's 1 vote.
1 vote. I think Tom is sending in the soldiers, but it's 21 big blinds. I mean, if he has it, he has it. You can also
totally agree.
You can also spike a queen sometimes.
You just tap the table and say nice hand.
A call is really bad because you're giving your opponent a chance to realise with Ace Jack. You're giving your opponent a chance to realise with Ace Queen.
Oh, we went on top of each. Oh no, I thought they were on top of each other then.
I mean, the thing is though, like, Tom's been around quite a while, right? So the question is that is he doing this to try and get Jacks and 10s to call by jamming in, taking its time? Wait.
It would be a shocker, but it wouldn't shock me.
What, that he folds?
Yeah.
All players ready for the double champs, you may start taking their seats, please.
This gives you a chance to win the tournament. You're getting queens in against potentially Jacks. I mean, it's a tough call with Jacks.
You're flipping against Ace King, you're dominating Ace Queen.
Yeah. Ace
Rory
Queen
can do it with Ace Queen suited?
Yeah.
Wow, well done, young man.
No, he didn't.
Or was he just called?
He just called.
He just called a million?
Yeah.
Okay.
And see, this is, I mean, you're just giving him a chance to probably see 4 cards with Ace Jack.
Bomb it, fold.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it works. Sometimes the guy has 10s, and well, now he loses the 10s. But sometimes the guy has Jacks, and see, this is I don't get this because now I mean, fair enough, you're getting Ace Queen to fold now, but you just let them saw 3 cards. But Tom might have a read. He might have he does have a kind of like a slightly unconventional style that is effective. Tom runs. I think he's run quite deep in the European deep stack this year, if I recall it correctly. But
well, it's not a snap call.
But Tom isn't doing this with Ace Queen or Ace King.
No,
right?
absolutely not.
So he has Jacks. He
taps the table with Ace King and Ace Queen and Ace Jack. He won't be doing it with Ace Jack. He won't be calling a million with Ace Jack, to be fair.
But the question, like, so now I think he has an easy decision with Ace Queen.
Yeah, if that was a 4-bet send, probably get a call and we're off to the races.
Yeah. But it's worked out. He maybe denied equity. Maybe if he shoves, he calls Ace Queen. It's worked out this way.
Yep, indeed. So there we go. Tom moves his stack up to 6.6 million, second in chips.
And yeah, knowledge is power. Just plays his own way. And
Absolutely, it certainly does.
There's
Absolutely.
a lot of players that do. I think, you know, I'd like to ask him about the hand. I do wonder if there's, you know, the idea of, like, I guess he can get away on an ace. He still has chips behind. There's pay jumps to consider, you know. When he does shove, he's obviously maybe still denying equity from turns. But Tom is now chipped up. Would like to see what Rory had there. You know, he has been quite active, has had the hand distribution, and the ones that are probably the most interesting, we've unfortunately not really had the card reader.
No, we'll just change the deck again. So fingers crossed, it was the deck. Hopefully.
Well, he is pitching, holding his cards kind of slightly high as well, so that might be.
He's actually not putting the cards actually onto the.
I won't actually say who it is, but I have heard a professional before as well talk about that they intentionally didn't do that.
Oh, there are a few people. There are a few people that do that. To be fair,
there's a few tricks of the trades. You know?
There are.
Any age.
Yeah.
And Niall here on the dealer button with ace-8 hasn't played a hand, hasn't really had a hand except for, I think, that suited ace that potentially could have been an open. And will we see the 400? I think we see 450. $475. Okay, so even bigger sizings from Niall. So that's what his strategy is. He was using similar strategies yesterday. And Stephen not folding the Queen 10 suited here, but because of the larger raise size, is playing a bigger pot. Now, interesting board. Stephen can lead this, definitely for chips. I don't think Niall is folding, of course, with the gutter, but we'll see. If we see a lead, it'll be for 400k, 450, I imagine. And good lead.
All players ready for a double chance.
Right, the lead.
Total just about to start.
425, great sizing, putting pressure. Now, Niall doesn't have a great hand, but whenever you don't have a great hand, and if you're at the bottom of your calling range, it's a good bluff. But stack size is a big pressure here because can Niall put in 1 million and fold? He wouldn't love it. He'd be down to less than 10 bigs. He could also shove, which would be big adventurous, but then folds out all the bluffs. Does have.
Could he find it? Can he find the
He's
lots?
sending him in.
He's finding the lots.
Him in. Bluffing with the best hand, or just knowing. Stephen here in agony with the Queen 10 of clubs.
He is. They'll be in the bin very shortly.
Now, I actually don't know what I do with the ace-9, but like I said, when you have a hand that isn't that great to call with, but it's, you know, has equity, it's good. But it is pretty sick when he just has the 4-6. Oh, I'm glad he found it.
Yep, in the bin they went. 6 minutes to go until the end of this session.
And Niall's covered there as well, you know, Jesus, it's a big shove. He brought the big boy pants today.
Making the move in seat number 9. 6 minutes to go until the end of this session. Then a 15-minute break. And will that be the one that breaks the camel's back in the IPO final? We've been on 7 for nearly 2 hours.
It is a kind of a, you know, as I said, the tension is high, right? Like,
Yeah.
you saw it on the high roller. I was sitting there, basically 2 players bust, and my EV shot up.
Absolutely,
whatever.
yeah.
Like, this can happen easily to any of these players. You know, even seat 7, he's short. We get a cooler 3 ways. He's going to make.
Yeah, the huge raise with the
5
3-9
grand.
and the big blind sat there with aces.
Yeah.
And you sat there thinking, what's going on here?
Well, yeah, it's true. Chavi's a great guy. I'm glad he took it down. Ironically, he doesn't really fly, but he won the package, so he's gonna have to go now. Yeah, I was talking to him last night. I think he'll be excited about it. Never been to Cyprus, but yeah, it's good. But I liked Ivan to shove that hand actually as well when he had one with blind. That would have been a big different story with the ace queen. Rory with pocket 6s. Now, see, this is an interesting hand from Rory. Like, 6s doesn't make a good open because with all of these short stacks, you're folding a lot of. Unless you're the big blind, you're folding.
Folding to most jams.
Yeah, but it's also that the you're not really calling. Unless you're in the big blind, you're not calling like 6-7 suited, right? You're not deep enough to have that. So, for example, Tom's calling the big blind now, right, with Queen Jack. So you're going to have to like bet or something like this to get someone off it. It doesn't really work. You're not that deep enough. I'd rather open like King 6 suited personally. And Tom folds the Queen Jack. Big folds. Tom is 31 bigs and Rory had 20. See, and like, again, I think the call would have been good there because you're the covering stack. I think you actually see turns quite a lot. But yeah, it's tough.
It is indeed. 3.5 minutes to go till the end of this session. 7 players left, and there are 3 stacks under 10 bigs.
And it's the suited hands there. See if Tom is like Queen 10 off. It might be a fold, but it's not as enticing as any flush hand. You just make a bigger hand to put the money in. Talis with the Jack to suited all the time. Great patience here. Like, look, this is hard, you know, maybe friend's biggest final table maybe he's ever made, I don't know, but and Noel finds the rip with 6 big blinds with pocket jacks, more than good enough. Can get called by much worse. Not the Jack 3.
Not the Jack 3.
Not the Jack 3.
Jack 3 is one of the worst combos you could ever think of. Couple more hands to go this session.
Now,
still on 7.
What's in? So there's 2 minutes left, right? So what's crazy about this, and I'm not saying people do it, but timing the big blind is massive here. So,
huge. Yeah, they've not done it in this one.
Yeah,
we get it a lot in the UK.
Yeah. So the question here is, if anyone is very sensible, they would wait quite a long time so that seat 7.
Yeah. And the best thing about it over here is there's no time banks.
Yeah,
we have the 20-second pre-flop, 30-second
in the 8-8 stuff.
But in on the final table it's 30-30.
Yeah.
But you've still got the clock, and yet you would count down to 29 if you know what you're doing, because a lot of people do. But with this, there's not even a clock where you could even just get away with it.
In the Angler Quinlan, you gotta take. It's not an angle. I mean, you just take a swipe at a time.
Time's your best friend when you're a shorty.
Yeah.
This should be the last hand of the session, but how are we going to take it? Vitalis folding to 4 big blinds.
Yeah.
That's what he's got when we come back.
And he wants this hand to go as fast as possible.
Yep.
And Noel sends in the soldiers.
Yeah, we're going to get one more hand in. And we're going to get a smaller buy-in when it comes, for a smaller blind when he comes back.
Who's the second shortest at the moment?
It would be, there's a
Rory.
Kevin.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah. And see,
Noel, Kevin.
Kevin's the ultimate pro here. He knows he should wait, even if he's folding.
He knows.
Count the stack. Count it again.
He knows he's on the button next hand. He knows that when we come back on that 15-minute break, he's on the button and he's got a full orbit not to put any money in.
I guarantee if Justin Boyle was in seat 6 here, he'd wait until after dinner and break the fold, just so his opponent doesn't get the break.
Yeah.
And this is annoying for Vitalis. He knows he's going to be paying the big blind next hand. A heap of it's going to go in. He's playing 1 million. 500 is going in.
It's all right, Kev. We're on a break now. You can fold.
He doesn't have a decision, obviously. Yeah.
Come on, Kev. We're on the 15-minute break now. The time's gone. We can fold. We don't mind. You can get them in the bin. We can go on a break. I need a pee. Come on, in the bin. In the bin. Get them in the bin.
I mean, it has gone up, right? I mean, I don't know why he's waiting, but
we're on a break. I have no idea why it took 2.5 minutes to fold Queen 5.
Just wanted to make sure.
See you in 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. This guy's a legend and we will be back. See you in 15.
get it. You get it. You get them for us this time. Yeah, don't double them up. Yeah. I'm not gonna get him.
Please don't.
The thing is, he's not. It's impossible to attack him. He's either all in or he's not.
Well, that's the has to play that straight.
You were talking about this guy.
Yeah,
The
he's
straggler.
been on that stack for.
He's going to make heads
Get him
up.
gone. It's your job, Didi. You get a fucking gone.
I know. I got an earful as well.
Yeah. Come on. We haven't had a bus down now.
We've got a fight tomorrow morning.
Come on, do something.
I was like, where is it?
You're gonna have to give him an ace queen and give someone else an ace king, or else he's not gonna go.
I don't know. I've seen some things today. I don't know if Ace King is getting in.
Even ace twos, sometimes. Against blackjacks.
7.7.
The chip stack should be updated now. There's an actual chip stack count.
Welcome back, Tom.
Did you get the pizza in?
Took the road. Nearly thrown.
Still got one slice in his mouth.
Still got it in your mouth.
You didn't bring anyone for anyone else, Tom. I think that's a bit fucking selfish, no?
I was blind, you can buy anything, so.
Doesn't matter. It could have been treating a guest or something. There's a more out here.
Nearly choked.
Pizza all over the cars now.
No.
He's still eating it.
Look, I have one. Look, one away.
So here we go, we're on 7 still. Started the live stream 7 hours ago with 13 players, and 7 hours later we are on 7. We're losing a player at the rate of 1 hour and 10 minutes every person. So on that reckoning, we're going to finish the live stream at round about 1:30 in the morning. Which
I would take the under on 130.
yeah, I think everybody would take the unders on 130, but it's just been one of those.
Yeah, I mean, we have players under 10 big blinds now. It's going to. Oh, big blind has the stack in hand,
Well,
ready to go.
There's the old angle.
Oh, what did he have? It's not showing. He gets the walk with the 6-3 off.
He gets the walk for 4 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, he did have 6 high, to be fair, but like, yeah. Who's the most exciting player that you've had on stream out of the final table from day 1s and day 2s? And I haven't had a chance to watch back all of the stuff.
I don't think most of the stream has been. Well, I'm not being funny, but Rory's on the final table now, and he's probably had more moves than anybody.
Yeah.
He's mixed it up. We had Niall on the feature as well. He was calling pretty wide.
Stephen's known to.
I thought Kevin with the most experience might have taken control once he got the chip stack.
Yeah.
But just not really have the spots to do so.
Yeah.
But I think if you look back at it and watch it and see how aggressive you could have been with the players at the table.
Yeah.
But I think the one since he got away with absolute murder, I think Stephen Lee.
See there, Noel folding the king 8. I mean, that's tough.
Nobody's taking any spots whatsoever. They're just seeing a king and an 8 and thinking, well, they're too wide to be playing.
It's just the suited nature of them. You know, it gets so many hands behind you that are better to play.
Yeah.
See, this is opening it up. The Jack 10 off with the chips is opening it up. Kevin, easy send in here. Remember what I said? He won't put a big chip in. I guarantee you, he won't put maximum 4 chips is what he'll put in when he decides to put it in. Oh no! Oh, wrong. See, it's one-handed chips now. I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
All his stack
it's the
in
power
one
move.
hand.
Yeah, power move. Extra 5%.
Oh,
and
this is it.
Here we have.
Here we go. We're going all in. Niall is going to be. He'll have Kevin absolutely strangled with ace queen. In they go, young man.
Now he is covered, right? If he had like ace queen off, it's a fold. But these are the soldiers are being sent in.
Steve, you can't be contemplating a call with Jack 10.
I think he just wants to save a bit of face, unless,
Yeah.
unless the card reader is a bit rough. We have seen him do this slightly before, you know. It is in his repertoire to Hollywood a bit, you know. Meanwhile, Kevin knows he's well behind. The question is he flipping or is he dominating?
In the bin they go. So Kevin's all in with ace queen. Niall has the ace king. Kevin Killeen.
Kevin at risk. 4.3 million pot.
Oh, Noel's on his chair.
Yeah, he's sweating.
For his extra 2%.
I mean, Noel is just sweating in 3 grand right here. Not even in the hands. Notice that everyone that's not in the hand is smiling.
Absolutely.
Oh, there she is.
Obviously, it's coming a queen. It's obvious on this final table. 2 of the kings are dead as well. So 10's now playing more than a king. But any king and any 10.
No heart reader.
And it is not. Kevin Killeen gets himself up to 4.3.
And Niall has been unfortunate. I think that's twice now he's gotten it in good. But still has chips. Lives to fight another day, which is the most important piece.
So Kevin up to 4,350,000 with the blinds at 250k.
Kevin up to a 2-handed all in if it takes it.
That's true.
That's quite important.
That is true. Still on 7.
Now the other question is there a world where they all have 18 big blinds in their deal? I mean,
That could well be.
Yeah.
If the shorty or a couple of the shorties get themselves a double each, then that could be a possibility because the average stack at the moment is about 17, 18 bigs.
I don't think Kevin will want, to be fair. Here we have the chip stack. Stephen Lee leading the way, 7.2 million, 29 bigs. Bottom of the pack, Vitalis at 3.9. So 2 players above the 20 big blind mark. Now, what's very interesting is to see, we will, I assume, start seeing the min open. We haven't been seeing kind of the min plus open. But what's interesting is some of these 17 big blind stacks, they should be finding some of the 3-bet not all-ins, so making it 5 bigs.
Yeah, the weird thing is that with the blinds at 200, they were making it 5.
Yeah.
But with the blinds at 250, they can still make it 5.
Yeah, and they will.
And don't think there's a difference, but
yeah,
obviously if you're oversizing with the blinds at 200.
Yeah.
Stephen out of the way from gun, so too was Tom. Action tracker just catching up.
Corey Parkinson making short work of that Guinness in the background.
Oh yes.
Or it doesn't open the Queen 7 from the cutoff. Vitalis looking down at the measly 4 deuce and sends it in. Now, I would have waited, but
you've just gone through the blinds and you got a full orbit to find a nice hand, and you look down at deuce 4.
And Noel folds the.
But it works. Noel folds an ace for 4 bigs.
It's a brave shove from Vitalis there. You know, he hasn't really seen anything above half of the deck, but finds it with the 4 deuce off. You love to see it. balls of steel.
Love it.
And then, to be fair, I mean, it's not the best hand selection, but he hasn't played a hand. I mean, people know that he has another 4 hands to see, or 3 hands to see before he pays the big blind.
Yep. And yes, in with the deuce 4.
Yep.
So still on 7.
Just really haven't seen. I mean, that ace queen and ace king hand was the biggest class so far. I think that would have put Niall over maybe the 40 big blinds. That would have opened up some races. Rory with the mystery hand again. Now I'm opening to the min, which makes sense.
Rory, will you put your cards in the box, please?
And here we go. All in it goes. Now, we are probably too short to do anything but send it in with less than 10 bigs. And takes it down.
That's the first time we've seen the boots for a while.
Yep. New deck?
New deck. I don't know if it's a new deck or Rory meaningfully not putting him into the box and keeping him hovering just above the, above. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
I guess you say it if it keeps not reading or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep his eye on it, that is for sure. It can be the cards.
It must be a bit warmer than it was, a few days ago. A few of us had the double jackets on,
Yeah,
Yeah,
was there a draft and also the aircon was on full,
Yeah.
and if you stood under one of the ducks it's like Baltic, and then somebody sat in the Bermuda shorts and flip-flops 2 tables away.
Mark, local reg Mark in seat 9 with the shorts on. Man feels no cold. But temperature is definitely rising here with the pressure on, with the money at stake. I think, again, 440,000 euros to be divided between these 7 at different proportions. It would have been an interesting final table, a bit deeper, the play style.
Yes.
But again, that just happens sometimes in tournament poker when you're out 2 tables left and the stack distributions don't just allow it. Kevin finding the king 10 fold, and Tallis. Now the 4 deuce was good enough, but the 8-4 is not. And now here we go.
Right, just out of the way.
And then 550. So again, I think the big sizing here from Niall.
And then Mr. Tom.
550. And see, Noel has a good hand here, but not to that size, not at that depth, and takes it down.
So he's at aces, followed by ace king.
It's pretty good card distribution.
It's like unfair. So 7 players left in the IPO main event.
Meanwhile, we've actually see a couple of the dealers in the mix on the last night.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Who's playing?
I think David Trigg, I think, was in
Oh,
one of the
Trigg's
mixes.
playing, is he?
He
Good old
was
Trigg.
when I saw it.
How have the numbers been like for the sides?
Up and down. I think the 550 was down on last year. Different structure for what used to be the 2-day chip race last year. That's slightly different. And we have an all-in from Vitalis here.
Yes, 9 suited.
Yeah, and that's perfect. Get it in before you pay the big blind. You can fold out 3s and 4s behind, 5s, 6s even don't like it. Noel folding the cutoff, and he's sweating 3 players to find a hand, and nobody does.
Just the old
Yeah,
whip.
we have David Trigg in the mini main, second in chips according to this.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Come
along
on, Trigg.
a few of the local lads also in the mix. Raymond Bryant up there in the mix, and Mick Graydon in the mix as well.
Awesome.
And Thomas Murphy, Doak in the mix of the last chance, along with Mark Doyle. Mark Doyle's had a good few runs this week.
And yeah, he was on the feature a couple of times as well, old Doyle.
Yeah. I'm surprised they could fit him in the table.
He's a unit, isn't he? He has got some
Yeah, for
arms.
sure.
Nearly as big as the new doorman. The new security guy.
He's a big boy in the
Have you seen it?
He's eating his porridge.
Flipping heck, he's had some spinach. Oh man.
Tom with the 6-7 on the button. Good folds. Kevin. Now, what have we got here? Kevin is Queen Jack off with less than 20 bigs. About 15, if my maths are right. And all in. And see, look, didn't even put 3 chips across the line. I'm telling you.
No, he's got two stacks, so that was it.
Yeah.
I'm all in. You've nailed it.
Dead right. Live reads for the win. Now, the pressure is big here. You know, we're talking a decent pay jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fourth is 16.3, and we're guaranteed 6.7. So the 3 shortest are what's causing this cagey play with the stack depths.
It is cagey play.
Unless you're seat 7 with the 4 deuce and just have the.
We had the button. I've got the 4 deuce. In it goes.
In it goes.
We are still on 7.
No. Opening into the shortest stack, Stephen with the Queen 10. $5.50. Tom with the Ace 9. No good. Now, here's the question. How wide do we go with our hand with the stack size in the big one?
Rory's folded.
Yeah.
Over to Vitalis.
Has a decision, it looks like. There's no advantage. And we send in the soldiers.
Poggy falls.
Now, the thing is that he shouldn't have any fold equity. But he does because of risk premium, right? That's kind of the issue. But this is kind of something that Stephen should have considered before raising. The low pairs, I mean, kind of benefit from fold equity, but they've got 55%, which is what they'll have. 53%. And this is a big moment for Stephen. If Stephen wins, he's going to have nearly 9 million, which will put him as a significant chip leader, and if he knows how to play it, it almost should guarantee him a podium spot.
Vitalis all in for just under 2.
And extra sweaty.
Wow.
Queen 10 with 9 outs apparently.
Any 9, any 10, any ace, any queen.
And
Same again. 12 outs twice. Any ace, any 9, any 10, any queen, any king.
Yeah, 12 outs now.
You got king now? Oh, it's
Not the 7.
Oh.
Never easy.
Wow.
Never easy. That's a big, big haul from Vitalis. Thought he might have had a bit of fold equity potentially. Turns out he didn't.
Some sweat. Counterfeit says extras. So we'll get the exact chip count as the all-in. So Vitalis doubles up. He's been like granite, but he's got himself a double at the right time.
Yep. Now what's important as well is he has the shoves on seat 1 and seat 9 as well.
Yep.
Noel and Niall. It's almost turning into kind of a satellite where you just want to be putting in your chips first with all of the massive fold equity that you have. If you're going to make a mistake, it's better to make an aggressive mistake than a calling mistake. Noel folding the ace-8 under the gun. Not our best hand. We are very short, 7 bigs, putting in the big blind ante afterwards. Tom folding the king-jack, very tight. But don't know what he was off, I think, in terms of big blinds. Kevin with the ace-7. $18 bigs-ish.
Yeah, it's a send.
No, it just raised. He has it, I mean...
clicks to 5.
Niall hasn't been the most aggressive. And see, defending here with the Jack-10 is tough because it's very hard to get the showdown. If you hit your 10, you hit your Jack, you're a lot of the time up against dominated hands. He could peel. He has been kind of peeling. We saw him peel earlier with the 9-7 off. And Kevin gets it done.
Yep, decides against it. There's Niall. 14 bigs for Niall. Rory Liffey on 10 bigs. Noel Murphy down to 8.
Yeah,
Stephen Lee, chip leader, 22 big blinds.
So what's important is Noel is putting in the big blind ante now.
22 bigs. There's a big stack on a final table. That's how cagey it has been the last 13 players. Nearly 8 hours. We've gone from 13 to 7. Nearly 8 hours of play. And we've lost 6 players in the whole day. That doesn't happen often.
No.
That does not happen often. The blinds 250k. And the average stack is just under 4 million.
Triggers 8, 9 or 11 says Vital will win it. He'll be rewarded with the patience of granite.
Yep.
And Rory sends him in. One hand at a time. That's a strong move. Strong move. With the mystery hand, by the way. Oh, ace deuce. Yeah.
Ace deuce.
Just under 10 bigs, standard as it comes. It is important. The bottom 3 are very close together. We're looking at, from when they got knocked out, we're going from 6.2k to almost 16.
Yeah.
So
it's a big chunk, especially with the buying at 350.
Yep.
They should just play pineapple for the rest of it. How good are them tournaments be at midnight? The €10 win 1,000.
It used to be. It used to just be like Blind Card Omaha, where everybody turns over one card pre, one card on the flop. The pineapple is a bit more interesting. Has a bit more of a skill into it.
How many cards do you get? 6 or 5?
In this year, it's 3, and
only 3, and just discard 1.
Yes, Texas. Yeah, it's called pineapple. Vitalis opening. No, Vitalis has chips and is starting to open wide.
No,
the King 9 off, bottom of the opening range, really, from the cutoff.
That's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, well,
today.
Importantly now, he has just the amount of chips to find.
He's starting to move, the lad.
Let's go. What's his? Let's see what his Hendon mob is. How big of a day is this for Mr. Vitalis?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, don't do maths on stream and don't pronounce some, Nordic country surnames. What's his second name? Vitalis. Do you have it?
It starts with a P.
P.
POLUKEJEVS. It's a great name on Scrabble. Gets you about 88 points on a double score. Vitalis.
Rolls off the tongue.
Absolutely. He will do when he wins it.
Just shy of 70k.
Fantastic.
36 results, so he's been around the block. And first score in May 2013. And he came second in the Mega Stack in 2018 for just shy of €18,000. So he's he's second, third. Yeah, he's made some final tables of some big events, notably that one. So this will be interesting. If he starts getting chips, I think he might start to realise people are likely overfolding, not finding the rejam spots. So we can see. And he clearly plays cash. They're not in 20s, they're massive. He just doesn't care. How much? I've got these many chips.
He plays cash. A bit like Niall. He's got them stacked up. Do that in Vegas, you get told off.
Yeah, it's supposed to, I don't know if it's a rule, it's an advisement, I think, but
if they're not in 20s in Vegas, you actually get a warning.
Yeah. Niall with the open. Now, does he find the 500?
No.
He finds a 600. And this is the problem.
So it should be 5, but now we stick the extra one in.
Well, it's an extra 50 to what he was normally opening. Yep. So if that gets back, big bet, big hand. Noel Murphy, the new Vitalis, under the 8 bigs,
5
Mr.
bigs.
Patience.
It's all right, Noel. When you're all in, you'll double up. It's the way it's gone today.
Tigers 8-9. Yeah, to be fair, they don't really have the stack depth 3-bet bluff. Not all in a way. Or sorry, not as in a non-all-in 3-bet. They don't have.
Nobody's took it by the horns, have they? And been table captain. Oh, what happened there? Now this could be one of the situations where the cards could be wrong, because seat 2 has just got both cards scraping through seat 1.
I get you.
So we will keep his eye on this one.
Vitalis
won't be opening ace deuce.
He might. The suited aces and the suited kings are good. Now we're playing 7-handed, so he's under the gun 7+1 and finds the open.
Like it.
He's not getting 3-bet shoved on with ace 6 suited or ace 8 off.
Clicks to 5.
See, and Niall shouldn't find really with ace 5.
Tom doing nothing.
Yeah.
With jack 3.
Kevin with the king deuce. not deep enough to ever find the bluff and find the fold. So Vitalis is the dark horse.
Yep.
22 bigs, chip leading. I mean, it's anybody's game really to finish top 3 with these stack depths, which is why it's so cagey. But
talking about the chip leader being 5 million and going, wow, amazing turnaround. What you don't realise, it's still only 20 bigs.
Yep.
And that's what you need to look at.
Vitalis is 1 of 3. What do you mean 1 of 3?
I don't know, there's 7 players left.
Yeah.
Oh, Vitalis is a third? I don't know.
Is a third?
I don't know.
Yeah. Not too sure what that means, but...
Yeah. Yeah, but it looks like he can...
Oh, he's 3-1 on to win.
Oh, he's
Okay.
1 to 3.
Yeah.
I see, he's 1 to 3. It does...
What are you giving me for the field?
It does look like he knows how to change his game when he does get chips.
Yeah, which is the most important thing. But again, having position on probably the most experienced player in Kevin is big too.
Yep.
Kevin sending in the soldiers, Queen 5 suited, and Rory will not find the call with pocket 4s, I imagine. Yeah, can't find it. Shouldn't find it. Now, what is interesting is when the next player gets knocked out, it should be slightly less ICM pressure, especially if it's the shortest stack that goes.
Didn't even need us one time. He didn't even need us one time. Yep, you're absolutely right.
Vitalis with 3s.
Yeah, he's not calling here. Noel sending in a brave 9-8 suited, but very importantly, less than 5 bigs. Oh, he calls? Wow. Big call, but he is getting a great price.
Plus he's got the chips. It's the first time we've seen it.
Chips is one thing.
It's taken 7 hours to get the chips. Now he's a different man.
He is.
Vitalis with 3s. Noel Murphy, the people's champ.
The people's champ.
8, 9 hot spades. Running spades.
It's tough here.
6 of spades would be nice.
Yeah, 7 of spades.
No, it's not. So an 8 or a 9 needed, or we're going to lose the people's champ.
Yeah.
And we do. It's a 4. Noel Murphy eliminated. Well played. Oh, he's gone. Where's he gone?
He's away.
No fist pumps and none of that. From Noel, he says. Get me out of here.
He's a nice guy. I'm sure he's just a bit frustrated.
€6,725. Well played, Noel. First player eliminated in nigh on 2 hours.
Down to 6.
We are on 6.
So, can we get, what's the chip stacks now? Because this is going to be very important with Vitalis. And
27 bigs.
I think that person who's offering 3-1 on may have known this in advance. We've got 27 bigs. Yeah, this is big.
Yeah. Well, I hope
has position on Kevin Clean. Has position on Tom Dunn. And
I hope there's nobody sat to tell me any spoilers. That's all we hope for.
yep. Field is 6-4 now.
Field is 64. That's pretty short. That's pretty short for him.
Well, if you had 6-4 and 1-3 on, you're not getting a great price, but sure look.
Yeah.
Now, Jack 9 from
What's the over round on your books? 150% on my over round, he says.
Kevin with the Jack 9. Can't see the action just yet with the
Oh,
over.
that's me, that's my fault.
Is it?
Because you wanted to see the stacks.
Alright, my fault, my bad.
That's me with the button.
Kevin with the raise. Now, Rory, not a great hand to reshove, but not a lot of fold equity. Does fold the best hand. Vitalis with the chips at the moment. Not going to do anything with the 10-7 off. And shows the bottom of the range, which is the 8-2 off.
So, Vitalis opening up a slight gap to 27 bigs. Doesn't sound a lot, but in this game and the way the final table is played out, and even the final 13.
Now, if somebody gets above like the 45 big blind mark, and you start distributing their difference, now we could start seeing some jams, putting max pressure, break out the ICM hammer. Queen Jack suited fold. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Could send it in. That Queen Jack, an interesting spot. Tom not liking that, whatever that was.
9-8 suited.
9-8 off.
9-8 off even.
Kevin.
Oi, oi.
The big slick. Yeah, that's true. Less ICM implications, a shorter stack for sure. Probably rather go with any Ace X or King X personally, but well, not any. But yeah. Kevin gonna find the open 500, and we do not have any dancing partner at the moment. Stephen not gonna get fancy with the 9 deuce. Yeah, in fairness, Rory is short at 9.3. Does need to send in the soldiers for sure. 2-9. Yeah, he might have had some full equity with the Queen Jack suited. Probably folds out Ace 9 off maybe. Best hand that he folds. Kevin, importantly, with 4 stacks of chips now. Liam McVeigh, guy Aidan knows what he's talking about doing. I do not, Liam. Try hard is all I am, my friends. So, in the chat, who do you think, who's your favourite to win? The People's Champ is gone. Vitalis is going to find the Queen 10 from the cutoff. Now has the chips to find the opens. Is taking the spots. Here we go. Noel with an easy spot. Doesn't even take his time. He is taking his time. On the button, could find a not all in 3-bet. I would be surprised. 1.2 million, yeah, it's a great play and gets the folds.
I didn't have aces against you though. so I don't know if I had you in. We were flipping. But look, that's all fair enough. You get your ace queen to bust my ace queen as well. So. I could say you only won.
So
we're on 6.
Yep. Nice 3-bet note all in here with the ace king. Rory sending it in. Rory is sending in the a7 under the gun, playing obviously a bit shorter handed now, finding it before he puts in the big blind. Tom finding and carnage. Kevin insta calling the jacks, and we have a sweat here for Rory. 36%, shortest as they were. And Kevin sweating 8.6 million to take on shorter hand. We have a 7, 5 outs for Rory twice. Some extra outs for the chap. Oh! And Rory finds the 7 on the river. Always coming 7, as they say. Big spot for Rory there, finding the a7 off under the gun. Never loving it when called, but a big river. And Kevin on the losing side of that 70-30 did have the ace queen against the ace king in seat 9 earlier versus Niall. But Kevin, importantly, still has roughly 15 bigs. Just shy. But Kevin still in the game. And we continue on. 19 minutes till the blind increase. That's where it'll get ridiculously short, and we will be sweating all ins. Losing to a7 in big spots never feels good. Liam McVeigh in the chat. Yep. Local Reg Stewart got the best of your 10s, if I remember correctly, in Clarnick. Kevin doesn't look phased. 40 tournaments on a Sunday.
I already told him that. When I found that one. He called me a bad word for 10.
This is bad. Just as well. Just as well. Some of the things he's been saying.
So stacks tight. That redistributes some of the wealth and some confusion over cards. Miss deal.
Miss deal?
Yep.
What's one of them?
First one in the final table. That was unfortunate there for Kevin with the jacks versus the a7 off. And we are back to a tight distribution. So
Yeah,
chip leader 25, Stephen 14.
25 bigs. Chip leader. We're on 6.
Yeah. And you can tell everybody's a bit nervous.
They are.
It is. It is.
Nobody wants out, and nobody wants to play. You've seen the stack distribution. You're looking at the ICM. You're looking at the next payout.
Yeah.
You're thinking, well, if he goes out next, we've got an extra 3k.
Yeah.
If he goes out, then I've got an extra 8k.
Yeah.
That's just. It's a biggie.
It's a big.
And IPO champion as well. To be.
Yeah. Trophies are not to be sniffed at.
They are not.
Ace 10 from Niall with his newfound sizing. Now, does he go for the big size with the hijack? Or does he find the 500? 525. So again, we have maybe a slight sizing tell from Niall, but it works this time. Stephen looks laser focused, to be fair. He's very, very aware of all of the stack distributions. But Vitalis in pole position.
So Vitalis.
What do you think the chances are that they just say play for it all, winner take all?
do you know what? I think all the years and years and years I've been doing it, and obviously now streaming, totally different to when we first started. When we started blogging in 2007, and then doing videos and stuff like that. I don't think I've ever come across a winner takes all comp, but everybody talks about it. It's like somebody would want to do it but daren't.
Yeah.
Like I'm going out and finishing second and getting nothing.
It would just always deal, to be fair, but yeah.
And if you could deal in secret or something like that, then you'd still be playing for something. But so yeah, it's something that a lot of people talk about that don't really carry it through.
That's one of the best things about the PokerStars items is if they do deal, you see the deal. Where in certain streams they don't let you do it, and then it plays on, and of course there's no ICM. And
we've had a couple of issues in the not really issues, but we'll just come back to that after this because Vitalis has woke up with the Cowboys.
Yeah, nice sizing here, given the stack sizes. Rory limps and Vitalis finds the click with the 300.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There we go.
Sorry, Rory.
There's been a couple of issues in the UK, not say issues, but they want to talk numbers.
Yeah.
So they shout over the floor. They then pause the clock. And then 2 or 3 people disappear. Yeah. And it's like, where have you gone?
Well, if you haven't been in that spot before, you probably want an opinion of someone, you know.
Yeah,
but,
if you've got backers in the background, I understand.
Yeah,
if you've got to text somebody who's sat at home watching the stream or something like that.
But it's very well done in UPTs where you know Toby Stone comes out, the laptops are there, they're the numbers. You hear the talk. You're not allowed to go away from the table. You're allowed to bring one person up. It's good. And if you're like a a recreational.
And also, it's while you're watching the stream at home, you want to be involved. And while you're there talking numbers,
it's
and you can hear it all. That's the best thing about it.
And if you're a recreational that gets down to this type of position in a 900 runner field, it's not your first time understanding how it works. You know. Tom with the 7s will find the open from the hijack, I believe. We are now at a stack depth where we can. Off the 7s. And Vitalis up to 2.5 towers. Nice hand, King 9, but chooses not against it, despite being the covering stack.
Off to the flop with the 8-7.
Yeah, and I mean this is brave from Niall, like. Unless you're flapping up and ender against a hand that will actually fold, but the question is does Tom c-bet? So I think he will c-bet. He'll probably c-bet very small, and then the problem is what does Niall do? He flapped an open ender, SBR of just over 1.1 effective, I guess. Does he find the call? Does he find the call lead? Does he send it in? And he sends it in. Now, this is brave, and I've seen this. This has happened twice. Niall has put in the soldiers twice with a speculative hand, and Tom does not have a good hand to call with. He blocks exactly the hand that he kind of wants Niall to have, which is the 7-8. But there isn't any flush draw. A lot of the hands that will want to jam, I guess, would be. I don't know if he ever calls ace 10, if he ever has 6-5 suited. You know, if Niall isn't the kind of guy to rip 5s or 6s pre, he could do this. I don't think he would. Obviously, maybe he would slow play. But yeah, folds and should folds face up again. Tom does like to show. Gives the opponent the information.
6 left. Blinds 250k. Average stack 18.
Does Tom put him on King 10, Queen 10, Ace 10? Does he just think he always has top pair? Doesn't want it to go check on the turn? And I think this puts down, this Tom is under the gun here now with, I think, just maybe 9 bigs.
Yeah.
Will want to have a hand. Jack 7, looks pretty, not enough. And yeah, sorry, he just has under 10. Kevin clean, easy open. Put pressure on. Yeah, finds the open. Alice with the folds.
In they go. Now with the ace 5. Yeah. Does he want to see a flop?
No, you're not defending the offsuit here. 3 betting would be better, but it's like he could make a 1.2, put max pressure on. It's just not a hand that's good enough to do it with. He also has the added benefit if he folds and there's carnage, then this can happen. Now, yeah, Stephen absolutely bangs it in.
Likes it a lot.
It puts max pressure on this type of hand. Ace Jack doesn't like calling. I imagine Kevin will not call.
He'll have a think about it.
Yeah.
He'll weigh up his options.
Given the ICM with Tom in the big blind next hand, so 10. Kevin has 10, 11, 12. 12 if he folds. It's close. Like it's close. He kind of needs to be giving Stephen some of the worst ace-X, like the ace 7s. Kevin in the tank. And I think this is where we will see the pitch. In the blender. I mean, there is 4 million in the pot, but I think it's a good fold. He has opened from the hijack. You know, it's maybe a bit different if it's from the button. You still dominate a lot of like the ace 7 offs that might rifle it in. But
eventually gets out of the way with the ace 10.
I think that's a good fold from Kevin. I'm sure he'll know those spots inside out. Just takes a minute to find it. You know, Kevin has dropped down 12 big blinds. Second last in chip after that. That's a big pickup from Stephen. No fear, rifles it in. Fair play to him. Can fold out 7s. 8s are under pressure, given the stack sizes. Folds out an awful lot of 2 overs, like we saw. Kevin with the 9s off of 15 big blinds under the gun. We imagine we'll have an open here.
Kevin with the 9s.
Yeah. And we have a standard open. 500. And Vitalis with the ace king.
Wow, this
and
has
the
got to
chip
be
lead.
some kind of jam. He's played totally different now. He's got the chips, Vitalis.
Yeah.
So this is this a rip or is this just a raise?
No, after 12 big blinds, there wouldn't be any non-all-in
Well,
sizing.
I suppose it's 10 effective for Kevin, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what he's looking at.
And most importantly, the players behind him don't cover him, so he will jam ace queen, he'll jam pairs, but he does find a non-all-in sizing. I'm surprised, given the stack sizes. He makes it probably 1.2, 1.15. Okay. Oh yeah, more important. See, what's important here is Niall is 7 million. I didn't notice that. Yeah, so because Niall is 7 million, he doesn't want to send it in, even though Niall has to call out very, very tight. But in the 2% chance that he has, it's a bit rough. Now, Kevin is in the blender. Yeah. Now, if he shoves right, Vitalis is getting a great price. He's never folding ace king, okay? He's never folding ace king. But it's not like for chips. The amount that Vitalis would have to call with the likes of, let's call it like ace jack suited or ace jack off or pocket tens, it's not the same price that it is for chips because of the risk premium. But he's never folding ace king. But the question that Kevin is going to pose right now is, does Vitalis have enough bluffs that won't call? So can that be like king queen off?
Okay.
Can it be hands that he wants him to have, so hands that don't block things like king 9 suited, or hands like ace 9 off or ace 10 off? If you want to find the bluffs, you want to have the blockers to the top end.
Can Kevin see a flop?
No, you don't want to. If you call you're essentially. I mean, Tom did it earlier, to be fair, right? So obviously it can be done, but you're putting in.
You're leaving yourself 1.8 million into 2.7.
There's no. So between flops that have an ace high flop and a king high flop and a queen high flop happen about 60% of the time. So there's no flops that you want to see. The question you're asking is, does your opponent have enough bluffs? Yeah, always 3-bet wide shove, just because of the stack depth, but you are right. Because Niall has him covered, he probably actually doesn't have any all-ins, really.
The triangle has gone in.
And he has found a call.
And he has called with the ace-king, so Kevin with the 9s has the lead.
Kevin with the stars nuts.
Vitalis with the what nuts?
Stars nuts.
The stars nuts?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the stars nuts.
PLO winner, only person, and that is not the best flop for pocket 9s. Counterfeit outs.
Oh, the ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah.
Means we need. Oh, it's the next door.
Next door.
So Broadway in the end. Kevin Killeen is off.
Yeah.
Kevin Killeen has just finished in 6th for €9,400. Well played, sir.
And Vitalis, as we said, patience of a statue. 3-1 on, apparently. Lucky we didn't take that back tower.
Wow.
Now, Vitalis is in a predominant situation, and he has been here before. So, will he be able to put down the hammer? The biggest problem he has is the position to his left. Niall still has 7 million, if I believe.
So the stacks here.
Yeah, so 41 for Vitalis. Niall, see, that's the issue. Niall is with 7 million. So Vitalis won't be able to open as religiously as he wants, but putting the pressure on the 16 big blinds is massive. He's able to do it. And I think we might be getting a word with the TD here.
So, we're sat waiting and watching.
Yeah.
26, 25. 1, 2, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26, 25.
So we're looking for the numbers.
Yeah.
Looks like we're having a quick chat with the numbers.
Now, the question is does Vitalis ask for more?
What? Obviously, if it's just done with a straight ICM.
Well, that's what it starts at. I mean, you can negotiate more. Like, Vitalis is in a predominant position here.
Yes.
And he has.
Well, he's gone to massive chip lead, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he has importantly, like, position. He's slightly kind of, having Niall Campbell on his left is not the best. If it was reversed, Vitalis wins the tournament quite a lot, or at least comes second, because Niall can't open because. Yeah. He can be put in the blender with any ace-x suited, any ace-x king-x suited. And because of the stacks distributions, he can just go full power beast. The two boys on the left, Stephen and Tom, are going to be in the blender. So it's interesting. Like, does Vitalis play online? Does he only, I think he has like 60, 70k in earnings.
But does he play online?
Does he play online and is an absolute, I mean, people said he looks like Nina 900. Yeah, does he cross cast and once more? I think with, like Stephen and Tom have made final tables around, I think, as I said, I think Tom has made final table the deep stack. I'm not too sure if Neil Campbell has, so the money is significant. I don't know what the current ICM numbers are, but it's if Vitalis wants to, I think he could negotiate a bit. He does probably over-realise a bit of the ICM. But
will they leave something to play for, or is it straight ICM where they can end it?
Yeah. If I was any of these players, I wouldn't, except for Vitalis, I would want to play on for the trophy. If the rest of them are happy to take the current ICM numbers and I was Vitalis, the only consideration I would give then is if you do get the trophy by being chip leader. There's not many opportunities in your poker career where you win a 900.
No, that's true.
Player trophy, so.
No, well, Niall cashed in the Irish Open this year.
Yeah, he did. He told me that.
86. It's a great run.
Great run.
Good run.
3,300 players, I believe.
Is that what it was in the end?
I think
it was
so.
over 3,000, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So it was like 3.1 million in the prize pool.
Yeah, I think the bubble was at what was it at? 400 or 500.
So he has had a few cashes, but not too many. Waiting on what's happening regarding any kind of deal.
Yep.
Thanks for the comms, Adam, GBSK, and the legend that is the tower. Cheers, GB. Will you come for the next improved Irish Open in 2025? Yeah, I should be over at the Irish Open at some point.
Playing or
I shall play a couple of sides probably if I get over. I'll have to look at the schedule and find out what I'm working over in the UK and then work it out from there. But we don't normally clash with the Irish Open because it's just such
A big
prestigious
festival.
comp.
Yeah, but it's slightly
Loads
later.
of Brits come over there. There's thousands.
It's in April this year as well, so it's a month later.
Yeah, it's
right?
Easter, isn't it?
Yeah, but obviously Easter fluctuates, right? So.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, thanks very much for the kind words, GB, and obviously for Aidan as well.
Now, see, this is where it's interesting, because if you haven't, like, you know, a coach or, you know, someone who's been there before to advise you, you know, you could lose out on some significant money if you get, like, you know, Kevin. If Kevin was in Vitalis' shoes, I'm pretty sure he might deal because it's so short, but he would want more.
Well, we are waiting. Thanks for all the kind words. We didn't think we'd need mods in this. Obviously, we don't have a mod for the IPO. Might need one in future. But thanks for all the kind words. But it's not finished yet. We don't know what's happening regarding the thing. It is not finished yet.
The show might go on.
If you finish right now.
Is this you bringing out the lip reading skills tower, is it?
24,166 for Niall.
Is that what it says? Where do you see that? No.
So exact ICM. Exact ICM is 28. We'll try it. Boom. Tom's already made his mind up.
Yeah. I mean, Niall, to be fair, is trying to, I think, negotiate something. Tom's not having any of it. I think Niall wants to play something. Tom might want to get into the 4-card streets if he's still playing, staying here tonight. Vitalis hasn't said a word.
Vitalis has not said a word to anybody.
I mean, he's got a smile on his face, but I mean, he is probably gonna lock up, I'd say, close to second place, I imagine. And Stephen's happy. I think they've done the deal.
The shaking hands.
Calling the mother. Tom's
already off. He's off for the next gig.
He's away. I guarantee he's away playing 4 or 5.
Tom's already off to the next gig. Vitalis is booking his plane.
I think he lives here, actually, to be fair.
We've got the numbers. 34,630 for Vitalis.
It's more than second place.
Niall has got 28.9.
Yeah.
Rory Liffey has got 24,170. Yeah. Stephen Lee's got 24,050.
Yeah.
And Tom Dunn has got 20,890. There's no wonder he's like, yeah, right, let's get it done. Get me in.
He was the shortest stack, and he's secured just less than third place. And he's the bag on away to the 4 or 5 card streets.
Unbelievable.
He's always in the mixes, Tom. Lovely fella.
And if you didn't see it just before they did do the ICM shop. Kevin Killeen bust out for €9,400. He was the man that departed. And Noel Murphy out in 7th. Oh, unbelievable. I'm not being funny. But when you turn €350 into 20,890, it ain't bad.
No, it's just I think that the average would be about 25k, so that's 71 buy-ins.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. As I said, it isn't often you come down.
Yeah, and we are going to have a quick chat with the champion that took the most money.
Yeah.
Very shortly. We're going to finish off as we always do. We're going to have a rundown, and then we're going to take the. I guess as soon as the camera gets in position, we'll have a quick rundown. And we'll get we'll come back down and we'll have a quick chat with Vitalis. If he hangs around, that is, he might have booked a plane and gone. He was on the phone.
I'm telling you, he's calling the mother. He's calling the mother. I think he lives in town. I think I've seen him play.
Where does he live?
I don't know, but I think I've seen him in. I didn't recognise him when he was sitting down, but when he stood up, I actually think he plays occasionally in the Dublin Poker.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, he definitely. Unless it was the Irish Open, he was over for, but for sure.
Well, thanks to everybody in the chat, and like we said, the camera's coming out, so I'll make my way down there.
Danny Maxwell.
And then we'll have what a legend. Them pictures, by the way. Them pictures he puts on all the Irish poker boards and everywhere else, and all the Irish poker series everywhere, all on the internet. Superb, that man, Danny Maxwell. Great to see him. Usually see him in Vegas, but it's good to see him here in Ireland. So I'm going to have a quick wander. If we can find Vitalis, we might even have a chat with him.
But What are you doing? What's
Ready?
So now we have Tower going over to interview the winner, Mr. Vitalis. Big man is old Tower. Here we go, and here it is.
How to grind to a win, sir?
It was really tough grind. Yes, was running not great from start, but after actually got a few spots and developed.
We had to shout you back when the 8 hit the river.
No, I did see.
It was like that in the background, wasn't it?
I knew I hit an 8 because it's like I just want to kind of, my emotions was overwhelming, but at that stage that's why I walked away from the table. Didn't want to scream in happiness, you know, because you're never expecting to hit 2 outs here on the river.
No, exactly. Well, as it turned out, it was actually a 1-outer because one of the 8s had already gone.
Okay.
So it was the case.
Oh my God.
The 8 of diamonds was the only 8 you could hit.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, and the guy just sat here, no, Vitalis, come back. Well, you knew how to come back.
Yeah, I knew, yeah.
But once you got chips, you knew what to do and you changed it a little bit.
Oh yeah, of course. When you can like make proper raises and play post flop a little bit and just put some pressure with a bigger stack, it's much easier. But it's like it's second time my final table IPO, and I was out 8 last time when 2018, and so was very unhappy when it was like a 7. I was actually thinking might be 7th finish, but it's still better than 8. But I mean,
and happy with the way it ended with the deal?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like take money now without any bad beats. You know yourself, it would like it can change in 5 minutes, and
Absolutely.
you just short stack again. You know.
Yeah. And
now
now
you might not hit it right.
Well, we've chopped it. You've got the you've got first place. So we've now got the trophies. So we're going to get the trophy presentation. If we get the presentation, let me get out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the IPO champion, Vitalis Pelukevs. Fantastic. Totally changed the way he played once he got chips. Good to watch you playing, Vitalis.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And we're just going to finish off with Aidan back in the booth.
And Vitalis from the Aidan River, what a story. The champion of the Irish Open, sorry, the International Poker Open 2024. Shaking hands, great man. And we have Tower back in comms.
Yes! Sorry about that. I had to go and talk to him about the 1-outer.
Yeah, it's pretty good. What a story, in fairness. 1
8
outer
of diamonds. He could only hit the 8 of diamonds, and then that was it.
Yeah, but he played very well once he doubled and had. He was very aware of the stacks and done well. Look, it's a great payday for him. Trophy for the mantle, which is always important.
Yeah. I know some of the guys were saying it feels a little bit more shallow than it did last year.
Yeah.
But last year at this time they were heads up.
Yeah, no,
there were 6 players left when we were doing that. If you look to the average stack with 2 left, with the amount of chips in play, they'd have had 60 big blinds each.
The structure is the same, if not better. So like it's just how it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
They get. You need to have.
Nobody wanted out, did they?
No, and they played very correctly. I think there wasn't many ICM mistakes. Maybe a couple of opens that could have happened. Some of the suited aces and the suited kings, but. A great payday for the guys.
Looking at the numbers, do you think it was a good deal for all the guys?
Yeah, I think they probably just straight swapped it. I don't think there was enough time for any of the lads to negotiate. And you know, any day you get 75 buy-ins is pretty good.
Yeah.
So better than losing a few buy-ins, as they say.
Absolutely. Thanks to everybody who's welcomed us back over to the IPO. Absolutely loved being here yet again. A 5-way chop. for a €350 buy-in, you don't mind it at all. And I know there were a couple in the comms that tried to spoil it for you guys, but we apologise about that. But if you didn't see the messages, then all well and good. It ended. They were happy with the deal. They didn't want to carry on. But honestly, thanks ever so much. And thanks to this lad. Can you have a big round of applause?
Thanks.
Eddie,
Thanks for letting me in.
absolutely fantastic. Mr. Quinlan, who's only finished second in the super high roller and then given up his Monday evening. The bank holiday Monday.
Yeah.
We normally finish on a Sunday and then went off. But
to the bar.
Shall we? Thanks ever so much to you guys. Thanks to this fella. He's been a superstar over here. Has been brilliant with his analysis in there, and we might just do it all again next year with the €500,000 guaranteed €500 main event. It should be an absolute cracker. Yep. Please come and join us. But if you don't see us around, you'll know on the UK circuit, Cardroom Direct and the GUKPT, we're in Blackpool, which is only a 35-minute flight. That's all it is.
Don't tell me with a good time.
All it is. It's a 35-minute flight. That's all it is. But the rest of the team will be in Blackpool next week. If you fancy coming to watch us on the live stream again, GUKPT and Grosvenor Poker. But thanks to everybody who's invited us, and we've enjoyed us into your arms. It's been an amazing event. And fingers crossed, we'll be here again in another 12 months' time with a $500,000 guarantee. Thanks to Eddie. Thanks to you guys in the chat. And we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you. Cheers, and good night. Ta-ta.
Natalie, what do you want for your winning hand?
Are we doing it for hand?
Yeah. We gotta give you a winning hand. What do you want?
I'll go with pocket eight.
I was gonna say that. Good show.